Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I pulled my dusty Jeep into Big Bend National Park with what I'd later recognize as laughable confidence. After 15 years as a wilderness photographer and occasional guide, I thought I understood the rhythms of isolated places. My plan seemed straightforward: capture the dramatic angles of Santa Elena Canyon for my upcoming presentation at the Conservation Society, document some wildlife tracks, and enjoy a night under the stars. The digital thermometer on my dashboard read 102 degrees as I followed the winding park road. Even with the air conditioning straining at maximum, sweat trickled down my neck. Something about the quality of light here always unsettled me, how it bleached colors during the day and transformed everything into menacing silhouettes at dusk. When I finally reached the Santa Elena Canyon parking area, only two other vehicles remained: a Park Service truck and a weathered pickup. The visitor center had warned about reduced water levels in the Rio Grande due to the ongoing drought, making river crossings more accessible than usual to humans and animals alike. As I gathered my camera equipment, a park ranger approached. Her uniform was impeccably pressed despite the heat, but dark circles ringed her eyes. "Planning to hike the canyon trail?" she asked, eyeing my gear. "Just some photography before sunset," I replied. "Anything I should know about?" Her expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "We've had unusual predator activity lately, mountain lions mostly. They're coming closer to the trails than we've seen in years." "Drought pushing them toward water sources?" She nodded. "That's our theory. Just keep your eyes open. Don't wander off trail, especially as light fades. And maybe don't stay out too late." Something in her tone made me take the warning more seriously than I might have otherwise. As her truck pulled away, leaving me alone in the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that she'd held something back. The trail to Santa Elena Canyon stretched before me, winding through scrubby vegetation and rocky terrain. Each step kicked up small clouds of dust that hung in the still air. The immense canyon walls loomed ahead, growing more imposing as I approached. A geological masterpiece carved by millennia of flowing water and patient time. I'd been here twice before, but something felt different today. The usual ambient sounds of the desert, distant bird calls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, seemed muted, as though the landscape itself was holding its breath. Every few minutes I stopped to listen, increasingly aware of how my footsteps echoed against the stone. The temperature began to drop as the sun lowered toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. I quickened my pace, wanting to reach the canyon mouth before losing the perfect light for photographs. My backpack felt heavier with each step, the camera equipment inside suddenly an awkward burden. About halfway to the canyon, I stopped to drink from my water bottle. As I tilted my head back, I noticed unusual scratches on a nearby mesquite tree, deep gouges in the bark, far higher than a coyote or javelina could reach. Fresh marks, the exposed wood still pale. Something large had sharpened its claws here recently. I remembered the ranger's warning and scanned the surrounding landscape more carefully. The trail ahead disappeared into a dense thicket of brush before opening up again near the river. Perfect ambush territory for a predator. For a moment I considered turning back. A photograph wasn't worth the risk. But professional pride pushed me forward. I needed these shots for the presentation, and I'd come too far to return empty-handed. I just needed to remain vigilant. I continued forward, my senses heightened, aware of every shadow, every sound. The canyon entrance was just ahead, but the growing sense of being observed intensified with each step. Not the generalized feeling of being in wild country, but something more specific, the distinct sensation of being targeted. The canyon's entrance framed the remaining daylight dramatically, towering walls of stratified limestone catching the last warm rays of sun. Under different circumstances, I would have been captivated by the play of light and shadow. Instead, I found myself scanning every crevice, every ledge for movement. I set up my tripod near the edge of the diminished Rio Grande. The water level was indeed lower than I'd ever seen it, a narrow channel rather than the flowing barrier it should have been. The Mexican side of the canyon seemed unnervingly close. Through my telephoto lens, I framed the perfect shot of the canyon's interior when a flicker of movement caught my eye. Across the river, partially obscured by brush, something large shifted position. I adjusted my focus, expecting to see a deer or perhaps a wild pig. What came into view instead froze my blood. A mountain lion, the largest I'd ever encountered, crouched in the shadows. Its tawny coat nearly blended with the surrounding rocks, but its eyes reflected the dying sunlight with an eerie greenish glow. The cat's muscles rippled beneath its hide as it lowered itself even closer to the ground. I remained perfectly still, my finger frozen above the camera's shutter button. Every wilderness training course I'd taken emphasized the same point. Don't run from predators. Running triggers their chase instinct. But knowing this intellectually did nothing to quiet the primal fear surging through my body. The lion's gaze locked onto mine through the camera lens, creating the disturbing illusion that it was only inches away. I could see the individual whiskers on its face, the texture of its nose, the calculating intelligence behind those predatory eyes. It wasn't just looking at me. It was assessing me. With deliberate slowness, I began backing away from the tripod. The cat's ears twitched forward, tracking my movement. The shallow river between us suddenly seemed like an insignificant obstacle. As if reading my thoughts, the mountain lion rose slightly, its shoulder blades creating peaks beneath its skin. It took one silent step toward the water's edge, then paused, head low, tail flicking in that distinctive way that precedes a pounce. My breath caught in my throat. My muscles tensed, preparing to flee despite knowing it was the worst possible response. In that moment, we were locked in a primitive standoff, predator and prey, separated by nothing more than a few yards of shallow water and millions of years of evolution. I lurched upright, the medication's effect leaving me disoriented and nauseous. My watch read 3:17 a.m. The interior of the Jeep was stifling, my sleeping bag drenched with sweat. The cat screamed again, the sound bouncing off canyon walls, making it impossible to determine direction or distance. I fumbled for my flashlight and swept the beam across the windows. Nothing visible, but that meant little. Mountain lions are masters of concealment. A sudden, irrational panic seized me. What if the doors had somehow come unlocked? What if I'd left a window cracked open? I scrambled to check each door, each window, breathing only when I confirmed the vehicle remained secured. The neighboring tent showed no signs of disturbance. Either its occupants were remarkably heavy sleepers, or they too were lying awake, motionless with fear. Another scream, closer this time. I couldn't remain passive any longer. I crawled into the driver's seat and started the engine, flooding the area with headlights. The sudden illumination revealed nothing but empty ground and twisted vegetation. I left the engine running, taking comfort in its mechanical rumble. For the next 3 hours, I maintained a vigil, alternating between scanning the surroundings and checking the time. Each minute crawled by with excruciating slowness. Twice more I heard the mountain lion's call, each time from a different direction, as though it were circling the campsite. Sometime after 5 a.m., exhaustion overcame vigilance. I must have dozed off because I awakened with a start to find the engine had died. The silence was absolute, the darkness nearly complete. I jabbed the key in the ignition, but the engine only clicked weakly. The battery had drained. Panic clawed at my throat. Without the protective barrier of noise and light, I felt naked, exposed. The first hints of dawn were still an hour away. I pressed my back against the driver's door, eyes straining to penetrate the darkness beyond the windows. That's when I saw it, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness near the pit toilet. Low to the ground, moving with that distinctive feline grace. The mountain lion had been there all along, watching, waiting. I remained frozen as it padded silently across the campsite, passing within yards of my disabled vehicle. It paused near the neighboring tent, head lowering to sniff at the ground where the campers had prepared their evening meal. My breath fogged the window as I watched, transfixed by terror and awe. The cat continued its inspection of the site, marking territory against a boulder, then vanishing into the pre-dawn darkness as silently as it had appeared. The eastern sky lightened incrementally, stars fading as night reluctantly released its grip. I hadn't moved from my vigilant position, muscles cramped, eyes burning from strain and lack of sleep. As visibility improved, I scanned the campsite for signs of the mountain lion. Nothing obvious remained of its visit. No paw prints I could discern. No clear evidence I could point to. Had I imagined it? Had the NyQuil induced a waking hallucination? The neighboring tent stirred with morning activity. A man emerged, stretching, apparently unaware of the night's drama. I watched him move about his camp with envious normalcy, setting water to boil on a small stove. When he noticed me sitting motionless in my Jeep, he raised a hand in greeting. I managed a weak wave in return. How could I explain what had happened? That I'd spent the night besieged by a predator he'd somehow slept through. It took 3 attempts before the Jeep's engine finally turned over. The neighboring camper approached, concern evident on his face. "Everything okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I attempted a smile that felt more like a grimace. "Battery issues, and didn't sleep well." He nodded sympathetically. "The coyotes were really going at it last night. Kept waking me up." Coyotes, not mountain lions. Had I misidentified the sounds? No, I knew the difference between a coyote's yip and a mountain lion's scream. But I lacked the energy to argue the point. "I'm meeting the Rangers at 7, I said instead. "Left some equipment on the trail yesterday." "Happens to the best of us," he said cheerfully. "Good luck." I drove toward the ranger station, windows up despite the morning heat, constantly checking the rearview mirror. The landscape looked innocuous in daylight, beautiful even. Sunlight gilded the canyon walls, early birds darted between cacti, and wildflowers dotted the roadside. The ranger who'd taken my call greeted me with professional concern. "Sorry about your equipment. We'll head out there now. Should be safe enough in daylight." "The mountain lion," I began, then hesitated. "It was at the campsite last night. I saw it." She frowned. "You're sure? We haven't had reports of one coming that close to campers." "Positive. It circled my vehicle for hours, made those screaming calls." Her expression remained skeptical. "Well, we'll keep an eye out. Mountain lions generally avoid humans unless they're sick or desperate." We recovered my camera equipment without incident. The morning sun had transformed the canyon into a photographer's dream, exactly the conditions I'd hoped for yesterday. But I couldn't bring myself to linger to set up my tripod again. Every shadow, every rustle in the underbrush sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. As we headed back to the trailhead, the ranger pointed out fresh tracks near the water's edge, unmistakably feline, impressively large. "You weren't imagining things," she admitted. "That's a big tom, probably the same one we've been tracking. Drought's got them all behaving strangely." I nodded, feeling a complex mixture of vindication and renewed fear. "Will you trap it? Relocate it?" "Not unless it becomes aggressive toward humans. This is its territory. We're the visitors here." I left Big Bend that afternoon, hours earlier than planned. The remaining photographs I needed would have to come from stock images or previous trips. No presentation was worth another night in that primal landscape where the comfortable illusion of human dominance evaporated like morning dew. As I crossed the park boundary, I found myself offering a silent prayer of gratitude to God for my survival. The mountain lion's stare had stripped away something I hadn't realized I carried, a false sense of security, of separation from the natural world with all its beauty and brutality. I still give presentations about wildlife conservation. I still advocate for protecting apex predators and their habitats, but I do so with newfound humility and respect born of terror, because once you've been seen, truly seen, by something that registers you not as a fellow being but as potential sustenance, you never quite regain your place at the top of the perceived order. Sometimes in dreams, I still see those eyes watching me through the darkness. Patient, calculating, waiting for a moment of vulnerability. And I wake knowing that out there, in places where wilderness still rules, I am not the hunter. I am the hunted. I remember that Friday afternoon in late September when I suggested the camping trip. The four of us were sitting in Kathy's basement, our usual weekend hangout spot. I was 23 then, working a dead-end job at the hardware store, desperate for something to break the monotony. "There's this place about an hour north," I said, spreading out a wrinkled map across the coffee table. "My uncle mentioned it years ago, said it was perfect for camping, secluded, quiet, off the regular trails." Kathy looked skeptical, twirling a strand of brown hair around her finger. She was always the cautious one of our group. "Is it even legal to camp there? Sounds like private property." "It's not marked," I insisted. "Just this patch of woods between the state park and some farmland. People go there all the time." That wasn't entirely true. I'd only heard vague stories about the area. Hunters occasionally mentioning strange sounds or hikers who'd gotten disoriented despite following what seemed like straightforward paths. But I kept those details to myself. "I'm in," said Wes, our resident thrill-seeker. "Been too long since we did something interesting." He had that familiar gleam in his eye, the one that usually preceded questionable decisions. "Count me out," muttered Kathy. "Last time we followed your adventure ideas, I ended up with poison ivy for 2 weeks." "Come on," I pleaded. "One night, we'll bring extra supplies, good flashlights. It'll be fun." "I'll go if Kathy goes," offered Blake, always the peacemaker. He'd been friends with Kathy since grade school, and rarely did anything without consulting her first. The room fell silent as we all looked at Kathy. She sighed, recognizing her defeat. "Fine, but if anything happens, anything at all, we're leaving immediately. No arguments." "Deal," I agreed, too quickly. We spent the next hour planning, making lists of supplies, checking weather forecasts. It was supposed to be clear skies, cool but not cold, perfect camping weather. What I didn't tell them was why I really wanted to go there. 3 weeks earlier, I'd been driving past that area and had pulled over, drawn by something I couldn't explain. Standing at the edge of those woods, I'd felt watched. Not threatened exactly, but acknowledged. Like the forest itself had noticed me. I'd walked a few yards in, heart hammering in my chest, before a series of rapid snapping sounds, too deliberate to be branches falling naturally, sent me scrambling back to my car. I needed to know what was out there, and somehow I felt safer bringing friends along. How naive we were, how unprepared for what awaited us in that silent stretch of wilderness. If I could go back to that moment in Kathy's basement, I would have ripped that map to shreds. The following Saturday, we piled into Wes's battered Subaru, the trunk stuffed with our gear. The excitement was palpable, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation that made even mundane conversations feel charged with significance. "Take the next right," I instructed, consulting my phone's GPS. The signal was already weakening as we ventured farther from the main highway. "You sure about this?" Blake asked, peering out the window at the increasingly rural landscape. Fields of corn stretched out on either side, creating natural walls that seemed to guard whatever lay beyond. "Positive," I lied. In truth, I was navigating partly from memory, partly from intuition. The roads had started to look different from what I remembered during my solitary drive weeks earlier. As we bounced along deteriorating asphalt, Wes attempted to lighten the mood with jokes about axe murderers and abandoned mental institutions. Nobody laughed, but we forced smiles, pretending it was all in good fun. An hour later, we reached the unmarked dirt path that I believed led to our destination. Wes pulled the car off the road, partially concealing it behind a cluster of overgrown bushes. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the landscape. "We should hurry," Kathy noted, checking her watch. "I don't want to set up camp in the dark." We shouldered our packs and began walking, first through the edge of a cornfield where the stalks stood unnaturally tall, brushing against our shoulders. The soil felt soft underfoot, yielding in a way that made each step slightly unsettling, as if the earth itself was too thin, covering something else. "This doesn't look like a trail," Blake observed as we pushed deeper into the field. The narrow path we followed seemed to disappear and reappear at random intervals. It's not official, I admitted. More like a game trail or something locals use. Eventually, the cornfield gave way to proper forest, a wall of trees that seemed to materialize suddenly, their trunks packed tightly together like sentries. The temperature dropped noticeably as we crossed this threshold, sunlight filtering weakly through the dense canopy. Jesus, West began, then caught himself. God, it's like stepping into a refrigerator. I led our small procession, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. My boots kept catching on gnarled roots that seemed to emerge from the ground without warning. Behind me, Kathy's breathing grew increasingly labored, punctuated by the sound of her swatting at insects that buzzed persistently around her face. You okay? I called back without turning around. Fine, she replied tersely. How much farther? Not far, I said. Another lie. Truth was, I had no idea how far we needed to go. I was looking for a feeling more than a place, that same sense of being noticed that I'd experienced before. After an hour of hiking, the forest seemed to thin slightly, revealing a small clearing where the underbrush was less dense. Something about it felt right. Secluded but defensible. Open enough to set up our tents, but enclosed enough to feel sheltered. This is it, I announced, dropping my pack to the ground. The others followed suit, relief evident in their expressions. None of us noticed how quiet it had become, or how the wildlife, birds, insects, even the wind in the trees, had fallen completely silent the moment we entered that clearing. Setting up camp provided a welcome distraction from the oppressive silence that had settled around us. Wes struggled with the tent poles, cursing under his breath whenever they refused to connect properly. Blake gathered stones for a fire pit, methodically arranging them in a circle. Kathy unpacked our food supplies, organizing them with her characteristic precision. I found myself drawn to the perimeter of the clearing, restlessly pacing its edges. Something felt off about this place, but I couldn't pinpoint what exactly was bothering me. The trees seemed normal enough, a mix of oak, maple, and pine typical for this region. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of dead leaves and pine needles. Nothing unusual, and yet. Anyone else notice how quiet it is? Blake finally verbalized what we'd all been feeling. I haven't heard a single bird since we got here. Kathy paused her unpacking. Maybe we scared them away. All of them, Wes countered, momentarily abandoning his battle with the tent. Not even squirrels or chipmunks. Nothing. I tried to rationalize it. It's getting late in the season. Animals might be less active. Nobody seemed convinced, least of all me. By the time we finished setting up, the sun had nearly disappeared, plunging the forest into premature darkness. We huddled around our small fire, its warmth providing comfort against the rapidly cooling air. Our conversation felt forced, unnatural, as if we were all performing for an unseen audience. Remember that time in high school when we broke into the old mill? Wes was saying, trying desperately to recapture our usual camaraderie. Blake was so scared A sound interrupted him, a distinctive crack of a branch breaking. Not close, but not distant either. We all froze, eyes darting toward the source. Probably just a deer, I offered, not believing it myself. We resumed talking, but with less enthusiasm. Every few minutes, another sound would emerge from the darkness. Another snap, a rustle of leaves, once even what sounded like a dragging noise, slow and deliberate. It's circling us, Kathy whispered after the third or fourth occurrence. None of us contradicted her. I retrieved a flashlight from my pack and directed its beam toward the trees. The light seemed to penetrate only a few yards before being swallowed by the darkness. I saw nothing unusual, just trees and underbrush, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I'm going to check it out, I announced, standing up. Don't, Blake said with unexpected firmness. Whatever it is, let it be. I sat back down, secretly relieved for the excuse to stay by the fire. As the night deepened, so did our unease. The sounds continued at irregular intervals, never close enough to identify, but never far enough to ignore. We took turns keeping watch, though none of us explicitly acknowledged what we were watching for. During my shift, while the others dozed fitfully in the tent, I noticed something that sent tendrils of fear crawling up my neck. The sounds had stopped, completely stopped. but in their place was a subtle difference in the air pressure, as if something large had moved very close to our campsite. I strained my eyes, scanning the tree line, and for a split second I thought I saw a figure. Just a shadow, really, slightly darker than the surrounding darkness, standing perfectly still between two distant trees. When I blinked, it was gone. I didn't wake the others. What could I say? That I'd seen a shadow? That the forest felt wrong? Instead, I fed more wood to the fire and waited for morning with growing dread. Around 2 a.m., Wes emerged from the tent to relieve me of my watch duty. His eyes were puffy from interrupted sleep, and he moved with the cautious alertness of someone entering hostile territory. "Anything?" he asked, settling beside me near the dwindling fire. I hesitated. "Not really. Some noises earlier, but it's been quiet for the last hour." "Too quiet," he muttered, poking at the embers with a stick. "This place gives me the creeps." I nodded, reluctant to return to the confines of the tent, but equally uncomfortable staying out in the open. "Wake me if anything happens." "Define anything," Wes replied with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. Inside the tent, Blake and Kathy were sleeping fitfully. Blake had positioned himself protectively near the entrance, while Kathy had burrowed deep into her sleeping bag, only the top of her head visible. I squeezed into the remaining space, trying to find a comfortable position on the hard ground. My mind refused to quiet. Every slight movement of the tent fabric, every subtle shift in the ambient sounds of the forest, registered as a potential threat. Exhaustion eventually pulled me into a shallow sleep filled with fragmented dreams. I woke abruptly to the sound of Blake's voice, urgent and tight with fear. "Guys, wake up. Now." The tent was bathed in the gray light of early dawn. Blake was sitting upright, perfectly still, listening intently. "What is it?" Kathy whispered, emerging from her cocoon. "Someone's out there, walking around the tent." Now that we were all alert, we could hear it clearly, soft footsteps circling our campsite, methodical and unhurried. They paused occasionally before continuing their orbit, each pause lasting just long enough to suggest observation. "Wes?" I called out, suddenly remembering our friend who should have been keeping watch. No response. "Wes!" Blake hissed, louder this time. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. Expectant, calculating. "I'm going out," I declared, reaching for the tent zipper. Kathy grabbed my arm. "Are you insane? We don't know who's out there." "Exactly why I need to check. Wes could be—" I couldn't finish the sentence. The tension was broken by Wes's voice, coming from somewhere across the clearing. "Guys, you up?" Relief flooded through me. "We're in the tent," I called back. "Where are you?" "By the trees. Found something weird. Come look." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. It was Wes's voice. Unmistakably so, but there was a flatness to it, an absence of his usual inflections. "Tell us what you found," Blake countered, apparently sharing my unease. A pause. "You have to see it." The three of us exchanged glances. Kathy shook her head almost imperceptibly. "We're coming out," I announced, making a decision. "Just give us a minute." I grabbed my pocket knife, a laughably inadequate weapon, but it was all I had, and unzipped the tent slowly. Morning light filtered through the trees, creating a hazy, diffused glow that somehow made the forest look more alien than it had in darkness. We emerged cautiously, scanning the clearing for Wes. The campfire had burned out completely, leaving only cold ash. Our supplies remained untouched where we'd left them. "Wes?" I called again. No answer. "He said he was by the trees," Blake pointed out, unhelpfully. Trees surrounded us in every direction. We stood back to back, turning slowly in a circle, searching for any sign of our friend. The forest remained stubbornly empty and silent. Then we heard it again. Wes's voice, now from a different direction entirely. "Over here! Hurry!" Without discussion, we moved toward our supplies, grabbing essential items and stuffing them into our day packs. Whatever was happening, we needed to be mobile. "Wes, if that's you, come to the camp right now," I shouted, trying to sound authoritative despite my racing heart. Rustling from the underbrush, movement between distant trees, nothing definitive. "We need to find him," Blake insisted. "We can't just leave." "We're not leaving," I assured him. "But something's not right. We stick together no matter what." Kathy nodded grimly, tightening the straps on her pack. "If that's really Wes, he'll come to us." As if in response, we heard what sounded like laughter, distant and muffled, but recognizable as Wes's distinctive chuckle. It was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the path we'd used to reach the clearing. "That's not him," Kathy whispered. "It can't be." But even as she spoke, doubt clouded her eyes. What if it was Wes? What if he was injured or disoriented? Could we really abandon our friend based on nothing more than a feeling? The laughter came again, closer this time, beckoning. We go together, I decided. Carefully. At the first sign of trouble, we run, back to the car, back to civilization. With trembling hands, I picked up a sturdy branch that could serve as a makeshift weapon. Blake and Kathy did the same. Side by side, we advanced toward the source of the sound, leaving the relative safety of our clearing behind. The forest grew denser as we moved away from our camping spot, the trees pressing closer together as if conspiring to slow our progress. Visibility extended only 20 or 30 feet in any direction before the woods dissolved into a confusion of shadows and overlapping trunks. "Wes!" Blake called out periodically. His voice sounded muffled, absorbed by the thick vegetation, instead of carrying through the air as it should have. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected, but the time read 6:17 a.m. The early morning light should have been strengthening, yet the forest floor remained in twilight, as if the canopy overhead had thickened specifically to block out the sun. "This doesn't make sense," Kathy muttered, voicing what we were all thinking. We couldn't have gone that far from the clearing. She was right. We'd been walking for no more than 15 minutes, maintaining what I thought was a straight line toward the source of Wes's voice. But when I turned to look behind us, I could no longer see any sign of our campsite. "I think we should go back," Blake suggested, anxiety evident in his voice. Before I could agree, we heard it again. Wes's laughter, now seeming to come from somewhere to our right. "Guys, you're going the wrong way." His voice was clearer now, almost normal. Against my better judgment, I changed course, heading toward the sound. Kathy and Blake followed reluctantly. "If this is some kind of prank..." Kathy left the threat unfinished. The ground began to slope downward, gradually at first, then more steeply. The soil became softer, almost spongy underfoot, and the air took on a damp, earthy smell. We were descending into a ravine I hadn't noticed on our hike in. "Wes wouldn't come this way," Blake said. "It doesn't make any sense." He was right. The terrain was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. Fallen trees blocking our path, thick undergrowth grabbing at our ankles, the ground itself seeming to shift and give way beneath our weight. And yet, Wes's voice continued to draw us forward, each call slightly clearer, slightly more recognizable than the last. "I found something. You won't believe this." It was the excitement in his tone that kept us going. Whatever he'd discovered, it sounded important enough to justify his strange behavior. The ravine bottomed out in what appeared to be a dry creek bed, strewn with smooth stones and fallen branches. The air was noticeably cooler here, and unnaturally still. No breeze stirred the leaves overhead. No insects hummed among the rocks. "Wes?" I called again, my voice echoing slightly against the ravine walls. Silence answered me. "I don't like this," Kathy said, gripping her makeshift weapon tighter. "We need to go back." Even as she spoke, a noise emanated from further down the creek bed, a deliberate shifting of stones, as if someone were carefully picking their way across the rocky terrain. "There!" Blake pointed toward a bend in the ravine where the creek bed disappeared from view. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure rounding the corner just far enough away that details were impossible to discern. It could have been Wes. It could have been anyone. "Wes, stop!" I shouted, frustration overcoming fear. "This isn't funny anymore." The figure paused, half hidden by a large boulder, then slowly a hand appeared from behind the rock, waving us forward in a come-hither gesture. "That's not Wes," Kathy stated definitively. "I'm not going any further." Blake nodded in agreement. "We need to get back to camp, grab our stuff, and get out of here." I hesitated, torn between the need to find our friend and the growing certainty that we were being deliberately led astray. The figure behind the boulder remained motionless, waiting for our decision. "Wes," I called one final time. "If that's you, come out where we can see you." The hand disappeared. Seconds later, Wes's voice, now noticeably different with a hollow quality that raised the hair on my arms, floated around the bend. "Come see." That was enough. Without discussion, the three of us began backing away, then turned and scrambled up the slope we had descended. The climb was more difficult than I expected, the soil crumbling beneath our feet, roots and rocks seeming to appear in our path that hadn't been there during our descent. Behind us, sounds of pursuit, light, quick footsteps on stone, then the rustle of vegetation as whatever had been impersonating Wes began to climb after us. "Faster," I urged, helping Kathy over a particularly steep section. We crested the ravine, breathless and trembling, and plunged back into the forest, no longer concerned with direction, focused only on putting distance between ourselves and the thing below. After several minutes of frantic running, we paused to catch our breath and get our bearings. "Did we lose it?" Blake gasped, bent double with his hands on his knees. I strained to listen past the sound of our own labored breathing. The forest had returned to its unnatural silence. "I think so," I whispered. "But we need to find our way back to camp." Kathy fumbled in her pocket and produced a small compass. I think the clearing was northeast of the ravine. We oriented ourselves and began walking, more carefully now, alert for any sign of pursuit. The woods seemed to have changed somehow, the trees more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Nothing looked familiar. "This is impossible," Blake muttered after 20 minutes of increasingly disoriented wandering. "We can't have gone that far from camp." An unsettling thought occurred to me. What if the camp wasn't there anymore? What if nothing in these woods stayed in the same place? I pushed the idea away. There had to be a rational explanation. We were tired, frightened, and disoriented. That was all. "Let's try calling for Wes again," I suggested. "The real Wes." Blake nodded. "Wes!" he shouted. "Where are you, man?" We waited, listening intently. Nothing. Then Kathy gasped, pointing toward a break in the trees ahead. "Look!" Sunlight streamed through the gap, bright enough to suggest a clearing. Relief surged through me. "The camp!" I exclaimed, hurrying forward. But as we emerged from the trees, it wasn't our campsite that greeted us. Instead, we found ourselves at the edge of a vast cornfield, stalks standing tall and unnaturally still in the morning light. "This is wrong," Blake said, stating the obvious. "We didn't come through a cornfield this big." "Actually," I said slowly, recognizing something about the landscape, "I think we did. This is the way back to the car." Kathy's eyes widened. "But what about Wes? What about our gear?" I scanned the edge of the forest, searching for any sign of our friend or the thing that had been impersonating him. Nothing moved among the trees. "We need help," I decided. "We'll go back to the car, drive to town, and get the police or park rangers or whoever has jurisdiction here." Neither of them argued. The prospect of returning to civilization, of escaping these woods, was too tempting to resist. We entered the cornfield cautiously, the stalks brushing against our shoulders as we forged a path through them. The ground felt damp beneath our feet, each step producing a soft squelching sound. Halfway through the field, Blake suddenly froze. "Did you hear that?" We listened. From somewhere behind us came the sound of corn stalks being parted, as if someone, or something, was following our path through the field. "Run," I whispered. We abandoned caution, plowing through the remaining stalks with desperate energy. The rustling behind us accelerated, keeping pace. Just when it seemed our pursuer would overtake us, we burst from the edge of the field onto a narrow dirt road. Without pausing, we sprinted toward where we had parked the car the previous day. The vehicle sat exactly where we'd left it, looking impossibly normal and out of place after what we'd experienced. Wes's keys were still in my pocket. He'd given them to me for safekeeping when we set up camp. We piled into the car, locking the doors behind us. The cornfield stood placid and innocuous in the morning sun, showing no signs of disturbance despite our frantic passage through it. "What about Wes?" Blake asked as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I felt a wave of relief so intense it made my hands shake on the steering wheel. "We'll get help," I promised. Real help. As I pulled onto the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For an instant, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the field, a silhouette that might have been Wes, watching us drive away. Then we rounded a curve, and the cornfield disappeared from view. The local sheriff's office was a small brick building with an American flag hanging limply from a pole out front. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of coffee and floor polish. A dispatcher looked up from her computer as we burst through the door. "We need help," I blurted out. "Our friend is missing in the woods off County Road 17. The dispatcher, her nameplate read Torres, regarded us calmly. "When did this happen?" "This morning," Kathy explained, more coherently than I could manage. "We were camping. He disappeared while keeping watch." Torres picked up a phone. "I'll get Sheriff Dawson." While we waited, I became acutely aware of our appearance. Disheveled, dirty, wild-eyed. We must have looked like lunatics or drug addicts. I tried to smooth down my hair and brushed some of the dirt from my clothes. Sheriff Dawson emerged from a back office moments later. He was older than I expected, maybe mid-60s, with a weathered face and alert eyes that sized us up immediately. "You folks lose someone in Harmon Woods?" he asked, gesturing for us to sit in the plastic chairs against the wall. "Is that what they're called?" Blake asked. "We just knew they were off County Road 17. The sheriff nodded. "That's Harmon Woods. Not really a camping area, though folks do it sometimes." He pulled out a notepad. "Tell me exactly what happened." We took turns explaining, arriving yesterday afternoon, setting up camp, the strange sounds during the night, Wes's disappearance, the voice that led us deeper into the forest. As we spoke, Dawson's expression remained neutral, but I noticed his pen stopped moving about halfway through our account. "So let me get this straight," he said when we finished. "You heard what sounded like your friend's voice calling you, but you don't think it was actually him?" Put that way, it sounded ridiculous. I nodded anyway. "And you left all your gear there? Tents, supplies, everything?" "We panicked," Kathy admitted. "We just wanted to get help." Dawson sighed, tucking his notepad away. "I'll send a deputy out with you to look for your friend and your gear. But I should tell you, folks get turned around in those woods all the time. The terrain's tricky, lots of ravines and hills that all look the same. Easy to lose your bearings." "But the voice," Blake insisted. Something was mimicking Wes. "Probably an echo," Dawson suggested. "Sound bounces around in those ravines. Or maybe it was your friend, disoriented from lack of sleep. You said he was on watch all night?" I wanted to argue but stopped myself. What was the alternative explanation? That something supernatural had lured us through the woods? That Wes had been taken by some malevolent forest entity? "When can we go back?" I asked instead. "Deputy Miller can take you now. I'll put out a description of your friend to our patrols." He eyed us sympathetically. "Try not to worry too much. People wander off in those woods fairly regularly. Usually turn up by nightfall, confused but fine." Deputy Miller was younger than the sheriff, maybe 30, with the built physique of a former athlete now going slightly soft around the middle. He drove us back to where we'd parked in his patrol SUV, asking questions about Wes's appearance and what he had been wearing. "Sheriff's right about these woods," he commented as we turned onto the dirt road leading to our parking spot. "They can play tricks on your mind, especially if you're tired or scared." "We weren't hallucinating," Kathy said firmly. Miller raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Never said you were, just that the mind fills in gaps sometimes, makes connections that aren't there." We reached the spot where Wes's car still sat. The morning had advanced to early afternoon, the sun now high overhead, baking the dirt road and surrounding fields in uncomfortable heat. "All right," Miller said, checking his sidearm and flashlight. "You folks point me toward your campsite, but stay close. These woods are easy to get lost in." We retraced our steps through the cornfield, which looked far less menacing in the full light of day. The stalks rustled gently in the occasional breeze, creating whispered conversations that no longer seemed threatening. At the forest's edge, I hesitated. Despite the daylight, despite the armed deputy beside us, something about those trees repelled me. The shadows beneath them seemed too deep, too absolute. "It's this way," I forced myself to say, pointing along what I hoped was the path we'd taken the day before. Deputy Miller took the lead, moving confidently through the underbrush. We followed closely, our earlier fear tempered by his presence but not eliminated. The woods felt different in daylight, less actively malevolent, more indifferently dangerous. Birds called overhead, insects buzzed among the leaves, and occasionally small animals rustled in the underbrush. All the normal sounds that had been absent the night before. After 20 minutes of hiking, Miller stopped. "You sure this is the right way? These trails branch a lot." I wasn't sure at all, but I nodded anyway. "I think so." The clearing was large enough for 2 tents. We continued, the forest growing denser, the ground beginning to slope upward. Something about the terrain felt familiar, yet wrong somehow, like seeing a familiar room with all the furniture rearranged. "This doesn't look right," Blake muttered beside me. "We weren't going uphill yesterday." Before I could respond, Kathy grabbed my arm. "Listen." We all fell silent. From somewhere ahead came a faint sound, a rhythmic tapping like wood against wood. "Could be your friend," Miller suggested, hand resting on his holster. "Let's check it out." The tapping led us to another clearing, smaller than the one where we'd camped. In its center stood a weather-beaten wooden post, about 4 feet tall, with what looked like old fishing line attached to it. The line extended to several smaller sticks arranged in a rough circle around the post. The breeze caught the contraption, causing the sticks to swing and tap against the central post, the source of the sound we'd heard. "What is that?" Blake asked, voicing our collective confusion. Miller approached it cautiously. "Some kind of homemade weather vane, maybe? Or a hunting blind?" He examined it more closely. "It's old, though. Been here a while." I scanned the clearing, searching for any sign of human presence. Food wrappers, cigarette butts, footprints. Nothing. The ground was undisturbed except around the wooden construct. "This isn't where we camped," I stated unnecessarily. Miller straightened up. "Must have taken a wrong turn. Can any of you get your bearings from here?" None of us could. The forest looked identical in every direction. Same trees, same undergrowth, same filtered light creating dancing patterns on the forest floor. "Let's try going back to the cornfield and starting over," Miller suggested. "Maybe approach from a different angle." As we turned to leave, the tapping accelerated, despite no noticeable increase in the breeze. The sound grew louder, more insistent, as if trying to capture our attention. Miller frowned. "That's odd." "Let's go," Kathy urged, already backing toward the path we'd used to enter the clearing. We retraced our steps, moving more quickly now. The tapping faded behind us, replaced once again by the normal sounds of the forest. But as we walked, a new sound gradually became apparent. Voices, distant but distinct, engaged in what sounded like playful conversation. "That could be campers," Miller suggested, changing direction to move toward the sound. "Maybe friends of your missing buddy." The voices led us to yet another clearing, this one immediately recognizable. "This is it," Blake exclaimed. "This is where we camped." Our tents stood exactly as we'd left them, our supplies arranged around the cold fire pit. Nothing appeared to have been disturbed. "Wes," I called out, a surge of hope rising in my chest. "Are you here?" No response, but the voices we'd heard continued, now seemingly coming from just beyond the trees at the far side of the clearing. Miller drew his weapon. "Stay here," he instructed, moving cautiously toward the source of the sounds. We watched as he disappeared into the trees, his uniform quickly swallowed by shadows. The voices abruptly ceased. Minutes passed. The clearing felt exposed, vulnerable. I fought the urge to flee back to the road, to the car, to anywhere but here. "He's been gone too long," Kathy whispered. "Something's wrong." As if summoned by her words, Miller emerged from the trees, his expression troubled. "Find anything?" I asked, already knowing the answer from his face. He holstered his weapon slowly. "Nothing. No people, no signs of anyone passing through." He paused. "But I found this." From his pocket, he produced a wallet. Worn brown leather, familiar in a way that made my stomach clench. "That's Wes's," Blake confirmed, reaching for it. Miller handed it over. It was just lying on the ground, about 50 yards in, like someone dropped it. Blake opened the wallet with trembling hands. Everything was intact. Driver's license, credit cards, a few $20 bills. "Why would he leave his wallet?" Kathy asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. "And where did those voices go?" I added. We all heard them. Miller frowned. "I didn't hear any voices when I was in there. Just regular forest sounds." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature settled over me. I looked at Blake and Kathy, saw the same realization in their eyes. The deputy hadn't heard the voices because they weren't meant for him. "We need to pack up and go," I said firmly. "Now." Miller didn't argue. Probably wise. "I'll call this in, get a proper search party organized." We hurriedly dismantled the tents and gathered our supplies, working with desperate efficiency. No one ventured to the edge of the clearing alone, and we all pointedly ignored the occasional whispers that seemed to emanate from just beyond the tree line. As we finished packing, I noticed something odd about the fire pit. A small object nestled among the ashes that hadn't been there before. Carefully, I reached down and retrieved it. Wes's lighter, the custom Zippo with his initials engraved on the side. I showed it to the others without comment. We all understood its significance. Wes had been here, in our camp, while we were gone. The hike back to the road felt interminable. Every shadow concealed potential threats, every natural sound masked potential pursuers. Miller led the way, his earlier confidence noticeably diminished. When we finally emerged from the forest, the late afternoon sun momentarily blinded us. The cornfield stretched before us, golden and swaying gently in the breeze. "I thought I heard something," Miller said suddenly, turning back toward the forest. "Like someone calling." The three of us exchanged glances. None of us had heard anything. "It's just the wind," Kathy said quickly, tugging at his sleeve. "Let's go." Miller hesitated, staring into the trees with an intensity that made me nervous. Then he shook his head as if clearing it. "Right. The wind." We hurried through the cornfield, our pace just short of running. Behind us, the forest stood silent and watchful, revealing nothing of its secrets. The search for Wes continued for 3 days. Teams of volunteers combed the woods, working outward from our campsite in an ever-expanding grid pattern. Dogs were brought in, their handlers confident they could track any human scent for miles. But the dogs refused to enter certain areas of the forest. They would whine and pull at their leashes, ears flattened against their heads, refusing to advance no matter how their handlers coaxed them. I stayed involved in the search efforts, partly out of guilt, partly out of a desperate need to understand what had happened. Blake and Kathy visited the command post daily, but avoided returning to the woods themselves. On the 4th day, Sheriff Dawson called us to his office. "We're scaling back the search," he informed us, his expression grave. "We've covered every inch of those woods multiple times. If your friend was there, we would have found him." "So what are you saying?" Blake demanded. "That he just vanished?" Dawson sighed. "People go missing in these parts. Not often, but it happens. Usually there's an explanation. They get lost, fall into a ravine, sometimes even decide to disappear on purpose." "Wes wouldn't do that," Kathy insisted. "And if he'd fallen, your teams would have found him." "Unless he wasn't in the woods anymore," I said quietly, the thought that had been forming in my mind for days finally taking shape. "What if he went somewhere else?" Dawson gave me a strange look. "Like where?" I struggled to articulate what I was thinking without sounding completely unhinged. "I don't know. But there's something wrong with those woods. The way sounds travel there, the way you can get lost in a relatively small area, the voices we heard. Stress and exhaustion," Dawson suggested gently, "makes the mind play tricks." "All three of us experience the same tricks?" Blake challenged. "Mass hysteria is a documented phenomenon," Dawson replied. "Look, I'm not dismissing what you folks went through, but I've been sheriff here for 22 years. These woods have a reputation, sure, but there's nothing supernatural about them." I wasn't convinced. "Has anyone else gone missing there?" Besides Wes, something flickered across Dawson's face, hesitation perhaps, or reluctance. There have been incidents, hikers who got turned around, hunters who came out with strange stories. And people who never came out at all? I pressed. Dawson leaned back in his chair, studying us for a long moment. Finally, he sighed. 3 cases in my time as sheriff, all ruled as probable accidents or voluntary disappearances. But yes, people who went in and were never found. The admission hung in the air between us, confirming our worst fears while explaining nothing. I want to see the case files, I said, surprising even myself with the demand. That's not possible, Dawson replied automatically. Those are confidential police records. Our friend is missing, Kathy interjected. If there's a pattern, something that could help find him. There is no pattern, Dawson interrupted firmly. Just unfortunate coincidences. But his eyes betrayed him, a flicker of uncertainty, a hint of something he wasn't telling us. What about before your time? Blake asked quietly. Any local legends about the woods? Stories passed down? Dawson stood up, signaling the end of our conversation. I'm sorry about your friend, truly. We'll keep looking, but you folks should prepare yourselves for the possibility that we may never know exactly what happened to him. As we left the sheriff's office, a new determination settled over me. If Dawson wouldn't share what he knew, I would find someone who would. The town library was our next stop, a small building with an impressively comprehensive local history section. The elderly librarian, Mrs. Walsh, was initially hesitant to help when we explained what we were looking for. Harmon Woods has always been part of this town, she said, shelving books as she spoke. Nothing special about them. We're just trying to understand the area better, I explained, deliberately vague. Any historical information would be helpful. Something in my tone must have convinced her, because she led us to a back room filled with archived newspapers and local records. If you're looking for history, it's all here, she said, gesturing to the shelves. Though I don't know what you expect to find. For hours, we sifted through dusty files and faded newspaper clippings. Most contained nothing of interest. Town council meetings, harvest reports, birth and death announcements spanning decades. Then Blake found something, a newspaper article from 1967, yellowed with age but still legible. Listen to this, he said, smoothing the paper on the table. Local man claims discovery in Harmon Woods. It says a man named Edward Harmon, must be related to the wood's namesake, claimed to have found evidence of previous habitation in the forest. He described stone foundations and unusual artifacts that predated European settlement. Any details about where exactly? I asked, leaning closer. Blake scanned the article. Not specifically, just that it was deep within the most remote section of the woods. Keep looking, Kathy urged. There might be follow-up articles. We renewed our search with increased focus, now looking specifically for mentions of Edward Harmon or unusual discoveries in the woods. An hour later, I found what we were looking for, a small article dated 2 weeks after the first. Harmon expedition returns empty-handed. The piece described how Edward Harmon had led a group of 5 men into the woods to document his discovery, only to return confused and disoriented after 3 days, claiming they could not relocate the site. The article had a dismissive tone, suggesting Harmon had either fabricated his initial claims or had been confused about what he saw. There's something else, Kathy said, holding up a brittle page from what appeared to be a local historical journal. This is from 1972. It mentions that Edward Harmon disappeared 5 years after his failed expedition. He left a note saying he was returning to find the truth and was never seen again. A chill ran through me. So he went back to the woods. And never came out, Blake finished. We continued our research, finding scattered references to Harmon Woods throughout the decades. Incidents of hunters reporting strange sounds, hikers becoming inexplicably disoriented, even a brief mention of a scientific study in the 1980s that was abandoned for unspecified reasons. But the most disturbing discovery came from a hand-bound collection of local folklore compiled by a high school history teacher in the 1990s. Among stories of haunted houses and Civil War ghosts was a section titled The Watchers of Harmon Woods. The account described how, According to local Native American tribes, the area now known as Harmon Woods had once been considered sacred ground, not a place of worship, but a boundary between worlds that should not be crossed. They believed the forest contained doorways, I read aloud, through which entities they called the Watchers could observe our world. These beings were said to be curious about humans, sometimes mimicking their voices or appearances to lure them deeper into the woods and closer to the doorways. Blake's face had gone pale. That sounds exactly like what happened with Wes's voice. I continued reading. Those who ventured too close to a doorway risked being pulled through to the other side, not dead, but no longer in our world. The tribes avoided the area entirely, considering it too dangerous even for their most experienced hunters. Kathy shuddered. This is just a folk tale, right? It can't be real. But we all knew it matched our experience too closely to dismiss entirely. There's more, I said, turning the page. When European settlers arrived, they ignored the warnings and built homes near the woods. Several disappearances occurred before they finally abandoned the area. The foundations of their homes supposedly remain somewhere in the forest, marking places where the boundary between worlds is thinnest. The stone foundations Harmon claimed to find, Blake muttered. I closed the book, my mind racing. We need to go back. Are you insane? Kathy hissed. After everything we just read? That's exactly why we need to go back, I insisted. If there's any chance Wes is still alive, still somewhere in those woods, or beyond them, we have to try to find him. And how exactly do we do that? Blake demanded. Wander around until we find a magical doorway to another dimension? We find the foundations, I replied, surprising myself with my certainty. The article said Harmon couldn't relocate them when he went back with others. But what if they're only visible under certain conditions, or to certain people? This is crazy, Kathy muttered, but I could tell she was considering it. Maybe, I admitted. But what's our alternative? Except that Wes is gone forever, and we'll never know why? Blake ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration familiar from years of friendship. If, and this is a massive if, these stories have any truth to them, wouldn't we be risking the same fate as Wes? Not if we're prepared, I argued. We know what to look for now. We know not to follow voices or strange sounds. We stay together, no matter what. Kathy and Blake exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. When? Kathy asked finally. Tomorrow, I replied. Early morning, we go straight to our old campsite and work outward from there. As we left the library, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the town. I felt watched, although, when I turned to look, there was nothing there, just empty sidewalks and closed storefronts. That night in my motel room, I dreamed of Wes. He was standing in a clearing I didn't recognize, surrounded by trees that seemed wrong somehow. Too tall, too straight, too still. He was calling my name, but when I tried to reach him, the distance between us remained constant, no matter how fast I ran. When I awoke, gasping and disoriented, my room was filled with pre-dawn light. On the floor beside my bed lay Wes's lighter, the same one I'd found in the ashes of our campfire. I was certain I had left it in my jacket pocket, hanging in the motel room closet. We met at a diner on the edge of town, ordering breakfast none of us would eat. The waitress noticed our tense expressions and subdued conversation. You folks with the search party? She asked, refilling our coffee cups. For that missing camper? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Terrible thing, she continued, oblivious to our discomfort. But those woods, people around here know better than to go too deep. What do you mean? Blake asked, suddenly alert. The waitress shrugged. Just stories. My grandma used to say those trees had eyes. Silly superstition. She moved on to another table, leaving us with our cooling food and troubling thoughts. We drove separately this time, a precaution in case something happened to one vehicle. The morning was overcast, a layer of thin clouds diffusing the sunlight into a gray haze that seemed appropriate for our mission. At the edge of the forest, we double-checked our supplies, flashlights with extra batteries, compasses, though we all doubted their reliability in these woods, whistles, first aid kits, water, energy bars. I had also brought a digital recorder, To document our experience, I told the others, though privately I hoped it might capture something we couldn't perceive with our ordinary senses. We stay together, I reminded them as we prepared to enter the trees. No matter what we hear or see, we don't separate. They nodded solemnly. We had agreed not to inform the sheriff of our plans. He would only try to stop us, and after days of fruitless searching, the official response had dwindled to occasional patrols that rarely ventured far from the established trails. The forest felt different this time, watchful, but not immediately threatening. Birds called overhead, insects buzzed among the underbrush, small animals rustled through fallen leaves, normal woodland sounds that had been absent during our previous visit. We followed what we believed was the path to our old campsite, though the terrain seemed subtly altered. Hills slightly steeper, ravines slightly deeper, distances slightly longer than I remembered. "Something's wrong," Kathy said after we had been walking for over an hour. "We should have reached the campsite by now." She was right. Even accounting for our circuitous route during the initial hike, we should have found the clearing where we'd set up camp. "Let's try a different approach," I suggested. "Instead of looking for the campsite, let's look for signs of the foundations mentioned in the articles." "And how do we do that?" Blake asked, frustration evident in his voice. "The woods cover miles of terrain." I hesitated, uncertain how to explain the intuition guiding me. I think we need to let the forest show us." "What does that even mean?" Kathy demanded. "It means we stop trying to impose our will on this place," I explained, struggling to articulate my thoughts. "Stop trying to force it to make sense according to our rules. If there's something here that defies normal explanation, we won't find it through normal methods." Blake looked skeptical, but Kathy nodded slowly. "Like how dowsers claim to find water. They don't search logically, they make themselves receptive to something they can't explain." "Exactly," I agreed, relieved someone understood. "So we walk, but with intention. We're looking for Wes, for answers, for anything that feels different." It sounded ridiculous when said aloud, but to my surprise, neither of them ridiculed the idea. Perhaps they too had sensed the strange logic governing these woods. We continued walking, but with a new awareness, less focused on specific landmarks, more attuned to subtle shifts in the atmosphere around us. I found myself drawn in a particular direction, though I couldn't have explained why if asked. The terrain gradually changed, becoming rockier and more uneven. The trees grew older, their trunks broader, their canopies more expansive. Less undergrowth cluttered the forest floor, as if the massive trees had claimed all available resources for themselves. "It's cooler here," Blake observed, zipping up his jacket. "And quieter." He was right. The ambient sounds of the forest had diminished, replaced by an expectant silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. We crested a small rise and found ourselves looking down into a shallow depression about 50 yards across. At its center stood the remains of what might once have been a building, just a few courses of weathered stone forming a rough rectangle, partially covered by moss and fallen leaves. "The foundations," Kathy whispered, her voice barely audible. We approached cautiously, half expecting something to emerge from the trees and block our path. Nothing did, but the silence intensified, becoming almost physical in its presence. The stone remnants were clearly old, centuries rather than decades. They formed the outline of what must have been a small cabin or outbuilding. Inside the rectangle, the ground was bare earth, devoid of the fallen leaves and plant growth that covered the surrounding area. "Look at this," Blake called, kneeling beside one section of the foundation. He brushed away accumulated debris, revealing symbols carved into one of the stones, crude but deliberate markings that resembled neither letters nor numbers, but something more primal. "They're all around the perimeter," Kathy noted, moving from stone to stone, like a boundary. I stepped inside the rectangle, half expecting some dramatic reaction, a flash of light, a sudden wind, a tearing of reality. Nothing happened, yet I felt a subtle difference, as if the air inside the boundary had a different quality, thinner somehow, less substantial. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding flat and lifeless in the strange acoustic of the space, "I think this is it. This is one of the doorways." Blake remained outside the rectangle, clearly reluctant to cross the boundary. "So what now? We just wait?" We call for Wes, I decided. But carefully. We're not trying to open anything or cross over, just making contact. Kathy joined me inside the rectangle while Blake remained outside, ready to pull us back if necessary. Wes? I called loudly but not shouting. Can you hear us? My voice fell dead in the still air, absorbed rather than echoing. We're here to help you, Kathy added. If you can give us a sign, anything at all. Silence answered us, profound and expectant. I activated the digital recorder, holding it out before me like a talisman. Wes, if you can hear this recording, give us some indication. Make a sound, say something, anything to let us know you're there. Still nothing. I was beginning to feel foolish, standing in the ruins, calling out to empty air, when Blake suddenly stiffened. Did you hear that? He whispered. I hadn't heard anything, but the hair on my arms was standing on end, responding to something beyond conscious perception. Play back the recording, Kathy suggested. I rewound the digital recorder and pressed play. Our voices came through clearly, followed by several seconds of silence. Then, just barely audible, a whisper. Help me. We froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. Play it again, Blake urged, now stepping into the rectangle to hear better. I did. This time we all heard it. Wes's voice, distant but recognizable, pleading for help. Where are you? I called out, recording again. How can we reach you? We waited, then played back the recording. Nothing but our own voices this time. Maybe it's not consistent, Kathy suggested. Or maybe we need to do something specific to strengthen the connection. Like what? Blake asked. Hold hands, chant, sacrifice a small animal. The attempt at humor fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. The lighter, I said, suddenly remembering. Wes's lighter that I found in the ashes, then again in my motel room. I pulled it from my pocket, a simple silver Zippo with Wes's initials engraved on one side. It felt unusually heavy in my hand and colder than the surrounding air would explain. I think it's a link, I continued, the idea forming as I spoke. Something that connects our world with wherever Wes is now. So what do we do with it? Kathy asked. I hesitated, unsure. Everything we were doing was based on intuition and folklore, not any established procedure. There was no guidebook for communicating across dimensional boundaries. Let's try something, I said finally. I placed the lighter on the ground at the center of the rectangular foundation and stepped back. Wes, if you can hear us, use this to show us you're there. Move it, light it, anything. We watched the lighter, barely breathing. Seconds stretched into minutes with no response. Then, just as I was about to give up, a breeze stirred within the rectangle, a localized movement of air that didn't touch the surrounding forest. The lighter skidded slightly across the bare earth, rotating to point toward the northern edge of the foundation. Holy shit, Blake whispered. Did you see that? Before I could respond, the temperature around us plummeted. Our breath became visible in sudden clouds of vapor. The lighter moved again, more deliberately this time, spelling out a pattern in the dirt. Here. Wes, I called, my voice shaking. Are you here with us now? The lighter flipped over, then righted itself, as clear a nod as was possible for an inanimate object. Are you alive? Kathy asked hesitantly. Another flip and right. Yes. Are you trapped? Blake added. Yes. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear my own thoughts. How do we get you out? How do we help you? The lighter began to move more rapidly, scratching letters into the dirt. Donnet paused, then continued. Come another pause. Through. We exchanged glances, the implications sinking in. Wes was warning us against attempting to reach him. Is there another way? I asked. Can you come back the way you went in? No. Are you alone there? Kathy's question made me realize I hadn't considered that possibility, that Wes might not be the only one trapped on the other side. The lighter hesitated, then spelled, Watchers. A chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature ran through me. The entities from the folklore, the ones who observed our world and sometimes lured people across the boundary. Are they hurting you? I managed to ask. No. Studying. The word appeared slowly, deliberately. Studying you. For what purpose? Blake asked. The lighter didn't move for several seconds. Then, curious. An absurd answer that somehow made perfect sense. If these entities were truly from another dimension or reality, human beings would be as strange to them as they were to us. Can they hear us now? Kathy whispered. The lighter moved again, always watching. As if in response to this revelation, I felt a prickling sensation across my skin, an awareness of observation so intense it was almost physical. The forest around us had gone completely silent. Not even the sound of wind in the leaves disturbed the unnatural stillness. We need to get you out, I insisted, addressing both the lighter and whatever unseen presence might be listening. Tell us how. Can't leave. Why not? Blake demanded. Are they keeping you prisoner? Not prisoner choice. The implication stunned me. You chose to stay? Willingly? Yes. Why, Wes? Kathy's voice broke. Why would you choose to stay there? The lighter moved again, more urgently now. Learning secrets truth. The words chilled me more than any threat could have. Wes had always been the most intellectually curious of our group, constantly questioning, constantly seeking deeper understanding. If these watchers had offered him knowledge beyond our world. When are you coming back? I asked, already suspecting the answer. Not. The air within the rectangle was now so cold it burned my lungs with each breath. The lighter's movements became more erratic, as if the connection was weakening. Wes, please, Kathy pleaded. Whatever they showed you, whatever they promised, it's not worth losing everything here. The lighter paused, then spelled one final message. Go now, danger. We're not leaving without you, I insisted. But even as I spoke, the lighter flared to life on its own, the flame burning unnaturally tall and blue-white. In its light, I glimpsed something, a distortion in the air above the foundation, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt, but more structured, more intentional. And within that distortion, for just an instant, I saw faces, not human faces, not animal faces, but something that contained elements of both while being fundamentally neither. They observed us with an intensity that felt like physical pressure, their attention an almost tangible force. We need to go, Blake said urgently, grabbing my arm. Now. The rational part of my mind agreed, but something else, some impulse I couldn't name, made me reach for the lighter, intending to take it with us. As my fingers touched the metal, a shock ran through my body like an electrical current. The world tilted sideways, and for one terrifying moment, I saw both realities simultaneously, our forest and another place, overlaid like double-exposed film. That other place was similar to our world, but fundamentally wrong. The trees grew in geometric patterns no natural evolution would produce. The sky held colors that human eyes weren't designed to process, and moving among it all were the watchers, their forms fluid and constantly shifting. In that instant of connection, I understood why Wes had chosen to stay. The knowledge available there was vast, revealing the universe as infinitely stranger and more complex than we had ever imagined. But I also understood the price of that knowledge. To learn those secrets was to become part of them, to be gradually transformed until returning became impossible. Blake and Kathy dragged me backward, breaking my contact with the lighter. Reality snapped back into focus, the glimpse of the other world vanishing like a dream upon waking. Run! Blake shouted, pulling me to my feet. We fled the clearing, not looking back even as the air behind us seemed to twist and distort, the boundary between worlds momentarily thinning. The forest around us came alive with sound, branches cracking, leaves rustling, voices calling our names in perfect mimicry of people we knew. We ignored them all, running blindly through the trees, focused only on putting distance between ourselves and the Foundation. By some miracle, or perhaps guided by whatever vestiges of humanity remained in Wes, we found our way back to the edge of the woods more quickly than should have been possible. The cornfield stretched before us, normal and reassuring in the afternoon light. We staggered through it, gasping for breath, not stopping until we reached our cars parked by the side of the road. "What do we tell people?" Kathy asked as we leaned against the vehicles, our legs weak from exertion and fear. "Nothing," I replied. "Nothing they would believe anyway." And so we didn't. When Sheriff Dawson asked about our unauthorized return to the woods, we claimed we had been looking for personal items left behind during the official search. When Wes's parents called, desperate for updates, we told them only that we had found no new information. The official search was called off after 2 weeks. Wes was added to the small but significant list of people who had entered Harmon Woods and never emerged. Life in the town returned to normal, the disappearance becoming just another local tragedy, eventually to be reduced to a cautionary tale told around campfires. But the three of us knew the truth, or at least a fragment of it. Wes hadn't vanished. He had crossed over, chosen to remain in that other place with its impossible knowledge and incomprehensible entities. Sometimes, in the years that followed, I would wake from dreams of that other world, vivid, detailed visions that felt more like memories than products of my unconscious mind. In these dreams, Wes was always there, changed but still recognizable, trying to communicate something vital that I could never quite grasp upon waking. And occasionally, rarely, I would find Wes's lighter, the one we had left behind at the foundation, sitting on my nightstand or desk or kitchen counter. I never touched it again, never tried to use it as a conduit. Instead, I would carefully place it in a drawer or box, only to find it gone the next time I looked. A reminder, perhaps, that the boundary between worlds is thinner than we imagine, that realities overlap and intertwine in ways our minds aren't equipped to comprehend. Or maybe just Wes's way of letting us know that whatever he had become, some part of him remembered who he had been and the friends he had left behind. I never returned to Harmon Woods, but sometimes, when I drive past dense forest at twilight, I find myself scanning the tree line, looking for watchers among the shadows and wondering if they're looking back. The September air carried an unexpected chill as I loaded the last of my gear into my backpack. My 3 companions, Jordan, Mia, and Ben, were already packed and waiting beside the trailhead sign for the Blackwater Ridge Trail in Colorado's Roosevelt National Forest. We had been planning this 4-day backcountry hiking trip for months, carefully mapping our route through some of the most isolated terrain in the state. "Weather report says clear skies until Tuesday," Jordan announced, scrolling through his phone before tucking it into his pocket. "After that, we should be heading back anyway." I nodded, adjusting my pack straps. Perfect timing then. Once we hit the Cascade Valley Junction, we'll be completely off-grid. "That's the whole point, isn't it?" Mia grinned, her experienced eyes scanning the forest edge. 4 days of actual wilderness, no cell service, no tourists, no interruptions. Ben looked less enthusiastic. This was his first major backpacking trip, and I caught the nervousness in his darting glances. The rangers at the station mentioned there have been some incidents with wildlife lately. Something about unusual predator behavior. I shrugged it off. Black bears getting into food caches, probably. We know the drill. Hang our supplies, make noise on the trail, carry bear spray. As we set off, the forest welcomed us with the familiar symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird song. The trail began relatively well-maintained before gradually narrowing and becoming less defined as we pushed deeper into the wilderness. By late afternoon, we had covered nearly 8 miles of increasingly difficult terrain. "This spot seems good for tonight," I suggested as we reached a small clearing near a stream. Water source, flat ground, natural windbreak from those rocks. Camp setup was efficient, each of us falling into our assigned roles from previous trips. As twilight approached, we gathered around our small cooking stove, the forest darkening rapidly around us. "Did anyone bring marshmallows?" Ben asked, his earlier anxiety seemingly forgotten. Mia laughed. "This isn't car camping, city boy. We're traveling light." The night settled in completely, our headlamps creating small islands of light in the vast darkness. The fire restrictions meant no campfire, leaving the woods around us pitch black beyond our immediate vicinity. That's when I first noticed something odd. The forest had gone completely silent. "Listen," I whispered, raising my hand. "To what?" Jordan asked. "Exactly, nothing. No insects, no night birds, nothing." We all fell quiet, the sudden absence of natural sound creating an uncomfortable void that pressed against our ears. Probably just the weather change, Mia offered, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Ben shifted uncomfortably. I read somewhere that predators cause that. Prey animals go silent when something dangerous is nearby. Thanks for that comforting thought, Jordan muttered. I stood up, shining my headlamp in a slow arc around our campsite. The beam caught nothing unusual among the trees, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The darkness between the pines seemed to pulse with something just beyond perception. I'm going to check our food bag, I announced, needing a practical task to ground myself. As I approached the tree where we'd hung our supplies, my light caught something on the forest floor that stopped me cold. Fresh tracks in the soft earth. Not bear or mountain lion as I would have expected, but something that looked unsettlingly close to human footprints. Except they were distorted somehow, the toe impressions too long, the arch too high. I knelt for a closer look, careful not to disturb them. They circled our campsite completely, forming a perimeter around us. What disturbed me most was their deliberate pattern. Whoever or whatever had made them had been methodically encircling our position, gradually tightening the loop. I decided not to mention this to the others yet. No sense causing panic on the first night. But as I returned to our camp, I discreetly moved my knife from my pack to my pocket and positioned myself where I could watch the darkest section of the surrounding forest. Everything secure? Mia asked. All good, I lied, forcing a smile. Later, zipped into our separate tents, I lay awake listening to the continued unnatural silence. Around 2 a.m. that silence broke, not with the normal sounds of the forest returning, but with a single prolonged sound that made my skin crawl. From the distance came what I can only describe as a human voice attempting to mimic a coyote howl. The pitch was wrong, the cadence unnatural, rising in a way that seemed both questioning and mocking. I fumbled for my flashlight, hearing Ben's frightened whisper from his tent. "Did you hear that?" "Probably just a coyote with a weird voice," I whispered back, not believing it myself. The sound came again, closer this time. Then another answered from the opposite direction. No one in our camp slept for the remainder of that night. Dawn brought relief, the oppressive darkness receding as pale light filtered through the trees. We gathered around our stove for coffee, the mood subdued and eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. "So we all heard it," Jordan confirmed, his usual bravado noticeably diminished. "Those weren't normal animal sounds." "Could have been other hikers messing around," Mia suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. Ben looked pale. At 2 a.m., miles from any campground or trail, who would be out there? I hesitated before speaking. "I found something last night that I didn't mention. Tracks around our campsite. They looked almost human." "Almost?" Mia's eyebrows raised. Something was off about them. Too elongated, and they circled our entire camp. Jordan stood abruptly. "We should report this when we get back. Probably some weirdo stalking hikers." "We're already a day's hike from the trailhead," I pointed out, "and today's route takes us even deeper in. If we turn back now, we'd still be camping another night in the forest." We debated our options, ultimately deciding to continue to our planned destination, a remote alpine lake that would give us better visibility and fewer approach points than our current forested location. Safety and openness rather than retreat. As we hiked that day, the forest felt different. Birdsong returned, but sporadically, creating pockets of sound followed by stretches of silence. The trail became faint, forcing us to navigate more by map and compass than by path. By midday, an uneasy feeling had settled between my shoulder blades, the persistent sensation of being followed. "Hold up," I called, stopping suddenly. The others paused, watching as I slowly backtracked to examine a section of the trail we'd just passed. There in the duff and pine needles was a clear boot print, one that hadn't been made by any of us. It was recent, the edges still sharp. "Someone's behind us," I said quietly. "These weren't here when we came through." Mia frowned. "Rangers, maybe? This far out? Without announcing themselves?" Jordan shook his head. "Not likely." Ben's voice trembled slightly. My uncle worked search and rescue in Montana. He told me stories about backcountry stalkers, people who live off the grid and follow hikers, sometimes for days, watching them. Great, Jordan muttered. Just what we needed to hear. We continued with new wariness, frequently checking behind us. I noticed Ben repeatedly reaching for his bear spray, keeping it accessible in his side pocket. The day grew unseasonably cold as clouds gathered, diffusing the sunlight into a gray haze that made the forest appear washed out and dreamlike. Around mid-afternoon, we stopped at a stream crossing for water and a quick rest. As I filtered water, I noticed something downstream, a crude arrangement of sticks forming what looked like a small arch or doorway, about 2 feet high, constructed on the opposite bank. "Did one of you make that?" I asked, pointing. Everyone shook their heads. "Might be from other hikers," Mia offered, but her expression betrayed doubt. "Or kids playing," Jordan added unconvincingly. The structure was too deliberate to be natural, yet served no practical purpose I could discern. As I stared at it, Ben gasped, pointing farther upstream. "There's another one. And another beyond that." He was right. Following the stream's curve were several identical structures, spaced exactly 20 feet apart, creating a line that vanished around the bend. "Somebody's messing with us," Jordan concluded, his voice tight. "Has to be." We left quickly, pushing harder toward our destination. The trail steepened as we ascended toward the alpine zone, legs burning with exertion. I was grateful for the physical challenge. It gave me something to focus on besides our growing unease. As dusk approached, we finally reached the lake, a mirror-smooth expanse of water cupped in a rocky basin. The tree line ended about 100 yards back, giving us the open visibility we'd hoped for. We made camp on a flat area of granite with a commanding view of the approach from the forest. Dinner was a quiet affair, fatigue and tension dampening conversation. As night fell, we agreed to take watches in 2-hour shifts. I volunteered for the first, settling on a rock outcropping with my headlamp dimmed and knife within reach. The nearly full moon provided enough light to see the edge of the forest and the open ground between. For the first hour, nothing moved except the occasional ripple across the lake's surface. Then, as the second hour began, I noticed something at the tree line, a figure standing motionless between 2 pines. I blinked hard, wondering if fatigue was causing me to see things, but when I looked again, it was still there. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette, standing partially obscured by a tree trunk. It made no attempt to hide, yet remained absolutely still. I nudged Jordan, who was sleeping closest to me, and silently pointed. He squinted into the darkness, then stiffened. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. As if in response to his voice, the figure stepped forward into the moonlight. I couldn't make out details at that distance, but something about its proportions was wrong. Limbs too long, movements too fluid, yet somehow jerky, like a puppet with too many joints. Jordan fumbled for his flashlight, pointing the beam toward the tree line. The light reached halfway across the open ground but couldn't penetrate the distance to the trees. When we looked again, the figure was gone. "Wake the others," I said quietly. "We're not sleeping separately tonight." We huddled together under the open sky, taking turns watching until dawn. Twice more during the night we saw the figure, once at the tree line again, and once, disturbingly, much closer, standing on a boulder about 50 yards from our position. Each time when we directed light toward it or made noise, it would vanish. None of us spoke about what we'd seen. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement that putting it into words would make it too real. Morning revealed something that sent ice through my veins. A line of those same stick structures, at least 30 of them, had appeared during the night, forming a semicircle around the lakeside of our camp. Beyond them, at the tree line, a crude symbol had been created on the ground using rocks and broken branches, a spiral with a vertical line bisecting it. "We're leaving," Jordan announced, already stuffing his sleeping bag into its sack. "Now, back to the trailhead." No one argued. We broke camp in record time, foregoing breakfast in favor of quick energy bars eaten on the move. The return journey required traversing the same trail, but we agreed to push hard, hoping to cover in one day what had taken us nearly 2 to hike in. The morning was unnaturally still, even the wind seeming to hold its breath. As we re-entered the forest, I noticed Mia repeatedly checking her compass, frowning each time. "Problem?" I asked. "Something's off with the readings," she admitted. "It's spinning, then stopping at different points. Interference, maybe?" I checked my own compass and found the same issue, the needle swinging erratically before settling in directions that contradicted our map. We would have to navigate by landmarks in the sun, which was increasingly obscured by thickening clouds. The day grew darker as we descended, premature twilight settling among the trees. Without reliable compasses, we found ourselves second-guessing our route at each junction. By mid-afternoon, an uncomfortable realization dawned on me. We were no longer on the trail we had come in on. "This doesn't look familiar," Ben voiced what we were all thinking. He was right. The forest here was older, the trees massive and gnarled with age. Thick carpets of moss covered fallen logs, and the undergrowth was sparse, not the dense thickets we'd pushed through on our way in. Jordan consulted the map, trying to determine where we'd gone wrong. We must have turned north at that last stream crossing instead of northeast. If we correct now, we should intersect the main trail within a couple miles. As we adjusted our course, the first raindrops began to fall. Light at first, then quickly intensifying into a steady downpour that soaked through our rain gear. Visibility dropped dramatically, the forest dissolving into gray sheets of water punctuated by the black silhouettes of trees. "We need to find shelter and wait this out," Mia called over the hissing rain. "We can't navigate in this." Through the deluge, we spotted a rock overhang creating a shallow cave-like space. Not ideal, but enough to get out of the direct rain. We huddled underneath, watching water cascade off the edge of the rock like a curtain. "At least this will wash away our tracks," Jordan attempted to joke, but the words held an undercurrent of genuine relief. As we waited, the rain seemed to intensify rather than diminish. The afternoon light faded rapidly, and I realized we would likely be forced to make camp here for the night, exactly what we had hoped to avoid. "I'm going to gather some downed wood before everything gets completely soaked," I announced. "If we can find enough dry material under the overhang, we might actually have a small fire tonight. We're far enough from the dry zones that fire restrictions shouldn't apply here, especially in this rain." Ben looked alarmed. "You're going out there alone?" "Just within sight of the shelter," I assured him, "and we need the morale boost of a fire." I ventured out, staying within 30 yards of our rocky refuge, collecting fallen branches that still had dry undersides. The forest floor was littered with potential fuel, and I soon had an armful of promising wood. That's when I heard it, a sound so out of place that I initially couldn't process what I was hearing. From somewhere in the rain-drenched forest came the clear, unmistakable sound of a flute or whistle, playing a simple three-note melody that repeated with mechanical precision. I dropped the wood and sprinted back toward the overhang, nearly slipping on the slick ground. "Do you hear that?" I gasped as I rejoined the group. They listened, faces tightening as the melody drifted through the rain. 3 notes, pause. 3 notes, pause. Endlessly repeating. "Who would be playing music out here?" Ben whispered. "It's calling us," Mia said softly, her eyes wide. "Or calling something to us." The melody continued, maintaining its distance, neither approaching nor receding. After perhaps 10 minutes, it finally stopped, leaving only the sound of rain. "We need to leave," Jordan decided. "Rain or no rain, we can't stay here." We hurriedly repacked our minimal gear, leaving the shelter despite the downpour. The forest had grown darker still, forcing us to use our headlamps despite the early hour. We moved in a tight group, Jordan taking the lead with the map protected inside a waterproof case. The rain gradually subsided to a light drizzle, but the cloud cover remained impenetrable, leaving us in a perpetual twilight. We pushed on, desperately hoping to find familiar terrain. That's when disaster struck. We reached a ravine that had transformed into a raging torrent from the rainfall. The trail, or what we thought was the trail, continued on the other side, but crossing looked treacherous. "There must be a better crossing point," Mia shouted over the roar of water. "We'll split up," Jordan decided. "Ben and I will go upstream, you two check downstream. Whoever finds a crossing point, wait there. Don't attempt to cross alone. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes if neither group finds anything." I wanted to protest the separation, every horror movie I'd ever seen screaming warnings in my head. But the logic was sound. We'd cover more ground, and with the pairs system, no one would be alone. Mia and I headed downstream, following the ravine's edge. The gray light was fading fast, and I repeatedly checked my watch, determined not to exceed our 30-minute limit. 20 minutes into our search, we found what looked like a possible crossing, a fallen tree that spanned most of the gap, with only a short jump needed at the far end. "Let's go back and get the others," I said. Mia nodded, already turning to retrace our steps. That's when we heard it. A scream, distant but distinct, coming from the direction we'd left Jordan and Ben. We ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, calling their names. The forest seemed to swallow our voices, the only response the steady drip of water from leaves. When we reached the original meeting point, neither Jordan nor Ben was there. "Jordan!" I shouted. "Ben!" Nothing. "They must have gone upstream farther than planned," Mia reasoned, though her voice trembled. "Or maybe they found a crossing and went ahead." Without waiting for us, after we heard a scream, we stood in indecision, the forest growing darker by the minute. Finally, I made a choice. We need to follow them upstream. If something happened, they might need help. We set off in the direction they had gone, headlamps cutting weak paths through the gloom. After 10 minutes of careful progress, Mia grabbed my arm, pointing silently ahead. There on the muddy ground was Ben's backpack, contents spilled across the forest floor. His sleeping bag had been unrolled and laid out flat, his clothing scattered in a radius around it. Of Ben himself there was no sign. "Something's not right," Mia whispered unnecessarily. I knelt to examine the scene, looking for signs of a struggle or accident. What I found instead made no sense. Ben's clothes hadn't been torn or damaged, but rather precisely arranged in a bizarre pattern, forming a crude outline of a human figure on the ground. "Jordan!" I called again, desperation edging my voice. "Ben!" The forest remained silent. As I turned to Mia, something caught my eye, a flash of color against the trees that didn't belong. Jordan's red rain jacket hung from a branch about 6 feet off the ground, swaying slightly in the gentle breeze that had followed the rain. We approached cautiously. The jacket was empty, sleeve arms outstretched as if in welcome or warning. Pinned to the front was a piece of paper, protected from the rain by the jacket's water-resistant material. On it, drawn in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, was the same spiral with line symbol we had seen by the lake. "We need to get out of here," Mia whispered. "Now." I agreed, but a new problem presented itself. Which way was out? Without our companions, without functioning compasses, and with the last of the daylight fading, we were effectively lost in a forest that suddenly felt malevolent in its vastness. We decided to follow the ravine downstream to the crossing we'd found. From there, we would pick a direction and maintain it, hoping to eventually hit a trail or road. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. As full darkness descended, we made our way carefully across the fallen tree bridge, the water below having receded slightly, but still flowing with threatening speed. On the far bank, we paused to get our bearings. That's when we heard the flute again. The same 3-note melody, but this time from multiple directions at once, as if we were surrounded by invisible musicians. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, disorienting in its omnipresence. We ran blindly, desperation overriding caution. The music followed, always maintaining its distance, herding us deeper into unknown territory. Eventually, physical exhaustion forced us to stop, collapsing against the base of a massive pine. "It's toying with us," Mia gasped between breaths. I had no counter-argument to offer. We spent that night huddled together at the base of the pine, taking alternating watch shifts. The flute music stopped after our flight, replaced by occasional sounds that might have been footsteps circling our position, just far enough away to remain unseen in the darkness beyond our light. Dawn brought no comfort, a gray, misty morning that limited visibility to perhaps 50 yards in any direction. We ate the last of our emergency rations, saving only a few energy bars for what we hoped would be our final push to safety. If we keep moving downhill, we should eventually reach a road or settlement, I reasoned, trying to infuse confidence into my voice. Water flows downhill. Civilization tends to be in valleys. It's our best chance. Mia nodded, her face drawn with fatigue, but eyes still alert. and we stay together, no matter what. We began our descent through the mist-shrouded forest, constantly scanning for landmarks or signs of human presence. The terrain grew increasingly unfamiliar. Rock formations I didn't recognize. Tree species that seemed out of place for the region. Around midday, we stumbled upon something that stopped us in our tracks. A small, crude cabin nestled between towering pines. Its construction was primitive. Rough-hewn logs stacked and sealed with mud. A roof made of overlapping bark slabs. A single door hanging slightly ajar. "Hello?" I called cautiously. "Anyone there?" Silence. "We shouldn't," Mia whispered as I took a step toward the structure. "It might have supplies," I countered. "A map, a working compass, something to help us navigate. Or it might belong to whatever's been stalking us." I hesitated, weighing the risks. Desperation won. "I'll be quick, just a look." The cabin door creaked as I pushed it open. The interior was a single room, dim even in daylight. As my eyes adjusted, I made out sparse furnishings. A table, a chair, a crude bed frame with what looked like an animal hide stretched across it. The walls, however, drew my complete attention. Every inch of available space was covered with drawings, crude, childlike renderings in what appeared to be charcoal and red ochre. They depicted stick figures in various poses, many with exaggerated limbs and distorted proportions. Interspersed among them were the now familiar spiral symbols, hundreds of them, varying in size from tiny markings to designs that spanned several feet. On the table lay an open journal, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was cramped and increasingly erratic as the entries progressed. I scanned the most recent pages. Day 47. They continue to watch from the trees. Not human, not animal. The Navajo were right about skinwalkers. I've seen one change now. God help me. Day 51. The mimicry is perfect until you hear the slight wrongness in the voice. They called using Richard's voice today. I didn't answer. Day 54. The symbols keep them at bay, but only temporarily. Fire helps. They hate fire. Day 58. If found, burn this cabin. Burn everything. They can attach to objects, to people. I'm already compromised. The ranger station is 15 miles due east. Follow the rising sun. Don't look back. My hands trembled as I closed the journal. East. We needed to go east. But which way was east in this perpetual gray twilight with no sun visible? A noise from outside snapped me back to awareness, a rhythmic scratching against the cabin's exterior wall. I backed toward the door, calling softly to Mia, who stood frozen in the doorway. "We need to leave. Now." The scratching intensified, circling the cabin with impossible speed. Through the cabin's single window, I caught a glimpse of movement, a blur of pale limbs and dark fabric that set my heart racing. We burst from the cabin, running blindly into the forest. The mist seemed to part before us, then close behind, as if deliberately obscuring our path. We ran until our lungs burned, finally stopping beside a small stream to catch our breath. "Did you see it?" Mia gasped. I nodded, unable to vocalize what I'd glimpsed. The proportions all wrong, the movements too fluid, the suggestion of a face that wasn't quite a face. The journal mentioned a ranger station, I finally managed, 15 miles east. "Which way is east?" Mia asked, voice small. I looked up, trying to penetrate the cloud cover for any hint of the sun's position. Nothing but uniform gray. Moving water, I realized suddenly. Streams in this region generally flow east to west. If we follow this upstream, we should be heading roughly east. It wasn't much, but it was all we had. We began following the stream, pushing through increasingly dense underbrush that tore at our clothing and skin. The day wore on, the dim light neither brightening nor fading, trapped in perpetual twilight. Late in the afternoon, we reached a clearing that made us stop short. In the center stood a circle of those stick structures, dozens of them, all identical, all facing inward toward a central space. And in that space lay our missing companion's possessions. Jordan's backpack, Ben's hiking boots, both their wallets open to display their ID cards. "It's a trap," Mia whispered. "They want us to go in there." I nodded, slowly backing away. We go around. We skirted the clearing, giving it a wide berth. As we re-entered the forest on the far side, I noticed something had changed. The mist had developed a faint yellow tinge, and the air carried a subtle odor of decay. "Do you smell that?" I asked. Mia nodded, covering her nose with her sleeve, like something died. The smell intensified as we continued, becoming so overwhelming that we were forced to breathe through fabric pressed against our faces. Through the yellowish mist, shapes began to appear, hanging forms suspended from tree branches. I approached one cautiously, then recoiled in horror. Animal carcasses, dozens of them, hung at eye level. Rabbits, squirrels, a fox, even a young deer, all meticulously skinned, their flesh exposed to the air. None showed signs of being consumed or scavenged. This wasn't about food. This was about display, about warning. We quickened our pace, pushing through the macabre gallery. The yellow mist thickened, making it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. Disorientation set in, each tree looking identical to the last. No landmarks to guide us. "Listen," Mia suddenly whispered, grabbing my arm. Through the stillness came a sound that made my skin crawl, voices calling our names, not Jordan's or Ben's voices, but perfect imitations of our own. "Mia," called my voice from the mist to our left. "Help me, Mia." "Don't answer," I hissed. "Keep moving." The voices persisted, circling us, moving with impossible speed through the forest. Sometimes they called with our voices, sometimes with sounds that approximated speech but contained too many syllables, too many overlapping tones. Night approached again, the dim light fading to true darkness. We had no choice but to stop, our exhaustion making further progress dangerous. We found a defensible position, our backs against a large boulder, the stream to our right providing some protection. "We need fire," I said, remembering the journal. "They hate fire." We gathered what dry material we could find, using the emergency fire starter from my pack to ignite a small blaze. The flame's warm light pushed back the darkness, creating a small circle of visibility. "One of us should sleep while the other keeps watch," I suggested. 2-hour rotations. Mia nodded, too exhausted to argue. She curled up near the fire while I took first watch, knife in hand, staring intently into the darkness beyond our camp. For the first hour, nothing moved. Then, as the fire began to die down, I caught movement at the edge of the light, a figure standing motionless between two trees, not approaching, just watching. I added more fuel to the fire, the flames leaping higher. The figure retreated slightly but remained visible. "I can see you," I called, immediately regretting breaking the silence. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if considering my words. Then, in a voice that was nearly but not quite human, it spoke, "I can see you, too." Each word was precisely enunciated, as if the speaker was tasting the sounds, learning them as they were produced. The voice had a hollow quality, like words spoken into an empty metal drum. I woke Mia with a hand over her mouth, warning her to silence with my eyes. She nodded, slowly sitting up to see what I was staring at. The figure had moved closer while my attention was diverted, now standing just at the edge of our firelight. In the flickering illumination, I could make out more details: the disproportionately long limbs, the too thin torso, the head that sat awkwardly on a neck that seemed to contain too many vertebrae. It wore what might once have been human clothing, tattered remains of a park ranger uniform, the fabric discolored and hanging in strips. Where skin was visible, it had an unnatural pallor, stretched too tight over the frame beneath. "What do you want?" I found myself asking, hand tightening on my knife, though I knew it would be useless. The figure's mouth stretched into something approximating a smile, revealing teeth too numerous and too sharp for a human jaw. "What you have," it replied, the words coming easier now. "What you are." It took a step forward, entering the periphery of our firelight. I thrust a burning branch toward it, and it retreated with a hiss that contained too many sibilants to be natural. "The fire," Mia whispered. "It really is afraid of fire." We maintained our vigil through the night, keeping the flames high, watching as the figure circled our position. Sometimes it retreated into the darkness, but it always returned, each time seeming slightly more human in its movements, its speech patterns evolving to mimic our occasional whispered communications. By dawn, or what passed for dawn in the perpetual twilight, we were down to our last pieces of firewood. The figure had been joined by two others, all maintaining their distance but watching with unwavering attention. "We need to move," I said quietly, "while we still have some light." Mia nodded, her face pale with exhaustion. "Which way?" I glanced up at the sky, now tinged with a faint luminosity that suggested the sun's position to the east. "That way, as fast as we can." We gathered our minimal remaining gear, each taking a burning brand from the fire. The watching figures retreated as we stepped beyond our night's sanctuary, maintaining a distance that kept them just visible through the mist. We walked with purpose, ignoring their calls and our voices, their mimicry of our friends' pleas for help. The forest began to thin slightly, the terrain becoming more familiar. We were approaching the edge of the wilderness area. Hope surged as we spotted a trail marker, an actual official Forest Service sign indicating a junction. We had found our way back to a maintained trail. The watching figures had disappeared, retreating as we approached civilization. We followed the trail markers with renewed energy, our pace quickening despite our exhaustion. Within an hour, we reached a fire road, a clear sign of human infrastructure. Another hour brought us within sight of the ranger station mentioned in the journal. As we staggered into the station's parking lot, a ranger emerged from the building, eyes widening at our condition. "My God, what happened to you folks?" he asked, hurrying to assist us. The story poured out, our missing companions, the strange happenings, the cabin, the figures in the forest. With each detail, the ranger's expression grew more concerned. "This area has history," he finally said when we'd finished. "The native tribes avoided certain sections of these mountains for centuries, called them skinwalker territory." "You believe us?" Mia asked, surprise evident in her voice. The ranger was silent for a long moment. "Let's just say you're not the first hikers to come out of those woods with stories, and some don't come out at all." He helped us inside, calling for search and rescue to organize a team to look for Jordan and Ben. Though I provided detailed descriptions of where we'd last seen them, I knew in my heart they wouldn't be found. Later, as we sat wrapped in blankets, waiting for transport to the hospital for evaluation, the ranger approached with a worn folder. "Thought you might want to see these," he said quietly, opening it to reveal missing persons reports, dozens of them spanning decades, all from the same section of wilderness. Some cases get solved, many don't. As I flipped through the pages, a name caught my eye: Richard Calloway, missing 3 months ago. The journal in the cabin had mentioned Richard. It couldn't be coincidence. "What do you think is out there?" I asked the ranger. He shook his head slowly. "I've worked these mountains for 20 years. I've seen things that don't fit any scientific explanation. The old tribes had names for them: skinwalkers, wendigos, shapeshifters. Modern science calls it hallucination, exposure, paranoia." "But you know better," Mia said. It wasn't a question. The ranger met her gaze steadily. "I know that something in those woods hunts in ways no natural predator does. I know it learns from its prey. And I know that whatever it is, it's spreading." As rescue vehicles arrived and medical personnel attended to our physical injuries, I found myself repeatedly looking back toward the forest edge. The mist had followed us, forming a wall of gray just beyond the station's perimeter. And though I told myself it was imagination, I could swear I saw figures watching from between the trees, standing too still, limbs too long, eyes reflecting light in ways that human eyes never could. They had let us go. Or perhaps they had simply followed us to a new hunting ground. In the months since our rescue, I've researched similar encounters across the country. The patterns are always the same: strange sounds, mimicry, stick structures, spiral symbols. Travelers permitted to escape while others vanish without trace. I don't hike anymore. I avoid forests entirely. But sometimes, on particularly gray days when mist rolls through my neighborhood, I catch myself listening for a 3-note melody or glimpsing movement that doesn't quite match human proportions. And I wonder if they followed us home after all. I first noticed them in 2019, during those formative years when the mind is still sorting reality from imagination. I was only 7 when my family relocated to Bakersfield for my father's new position at the regional hospital. The desert heat was oppressive that summer, distorting the horizon with wavering mirages that seemed to breathe like living things. Perhaps that's why I didn't question what I saw at first: a tall, unnaturally thin silhouette standing beside our mailbox as we pulled into the driveway of our new home. "Did you see that person?" I asked my mother, pointing toward the spot where the figure had been moments before. She glanced over distractedly while unbuckling my younger brother. "There's nobody there, honey. Why don't you help carry some of these grocery bags inside?" I remember standing in that driveway, plastic bags cutting into my small fingers, staring at the empty space where I'd seen someone, moments before. The memory stays with me because it marked the beginning. Our new house was a single-story ranch style with large windows that seemed to collect darkness rather than dispel it. My bedroom faced the backyard, with an old oak tree that cast spiderweb shadows across my walls when moonlight filtered through its branches. 3 nights after moving in, I woke without knowing why. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m., its red numbers the only illumination in the room, except that wasn't entirely true. In the corner between my closet and the wall stood a darker patch of darkness. It had shape humanoid but wrong in subtle ways I couldn't articulate at that age. It was tall, reaching nearly to the ceiling, and completely still. I didn't scream. Something about its presence suggested that screaming would make things worse. Instead, I pulled my blanket over my head and counted to 100, certain that when I emerged, it would be gone. It was. But the next night, I felt it again, that peculiar awareness that something was watching me. Not necessarily with malice, but with an attention so focused it felt like pressure against my skin. This time I didn't see it directly, just caught a peripheral glimpse of movement when I walked to the bathroom, a suggestion of something tall and thin slipping around the corner. Within a month, these occurrences became frequent enough that I developed routines to cope. I refused to look directly at mirrors after sunset. I kept nightlights plugged into every available outlet. I learned to recognize the subtle shift in air pressure that preceded their appearances. My parents attributed my new behaviors to adjustment anxiety. "Moving is hard on children," the school counselor told them during a parent-teacher conference. "Gregory is simply processing change in his own way." But it wasn't just change I was processing. It was them. The silhouettes, the watchers, the things that weren't supposed to be there but persisted anyway, defying adult explanations of just shadows or overactive imagination. By the end of our first year in Bakersfield, I had identified patterns. They appeared most often at night, but occasionally manifested in broad daylight, standing in places where shadows shouldn't logically fall. They varied in height and proportion, though the tallest, nearly 7 feet by my estimation, seemed to appear with the most consistency. They never spoke or made sound. They never touched me or moved objects. They simply observed. And somehow that was worse than any supernatural harassment could have been. As childhood gave way to adolescence, I began seeking explanations beyond the dismissals of adults. The summer I turned 12, I spent weeks at the public library researching visual hallucinations, rare neurological conditions, and the psychology of fear. I read about shadow people, hypnagogic hallucinations, and sleep paralysis, none of which perfectly matched my experiences, but offered potential frameworks for understanding. What troubled me most wasn't the presence of these figures, but their persistence across environments. We moved 3 times during my years in Bakersfield, from the ranch house to an apartment complex, then to a newer subdivision across town, and the silhouettes followed without interruption. The tallest one, whom I'd begun thinking of as the Sentinel, never allowed, as naming it seemed dangerous somehow, became increasingly prevalent. While the others appeared sporadically, the Sentinel maintained a constant, if irregular, presence in my life. I would sense it standing behind me during mundane activities, doing homework, playing video games, brushing my teeth. The pressure of its attention would build until I felt compelled to turn around, only to catch the barest suggestion of movement at the edge of my vision. My interest in photography developed partly as an attempt to capture evidence. By 14, I'd saved enough from odd jobs to purchase a decent digital camera. I set up motion-activated recordings in my bedroom, positioned cameras at angles to capture the corners where they most frequently appeared, and experimented with different light settings. The results were uniformly disappointing. Either nothing appeared on film, or lens flares and digital artifacts created false positives that only undermined my credibility when I showed the results to others. The summer before high school, I met Wyatt at a community swimming pool. We bonded over shared interests in science fiction and horror films, and eventually I confided in him about the silhouettes. Unlike my parents, who had grown increasingly concerned about my fixation or the school counselor who suggested anxiety medication, Wyatt listened without judgment. Maybe they're interdimensional beings, he suggested one afternoon as we sat in his basement playing video games, like they exist partially in our reality but can't fully manifest. They feel real, I said. Not like ghosts or anything supernatural. More like they've always been here and most people just can't see them. Wyatt considered this. Have you ever tried communicating with them? The question sent an involuntary shiver through me. No, that feels dangerous. But they've never hurt you, right? They just watch? So far, I admitted. But there's something about them that feels patient, like they're waiting for something specific. That conversation with Wyatt marked a turning point. While I'd previously focused on documenting and avoiding the silhouettes, I began considering more direct approaches. Not communication. That still felt like crossing a dangerous threshold, but controlled observation. I started keeping a detailed journal documenting every appearance, including environmental factors like time, weather, my emotional state, and recent activities. Patterns emerged. The appearances increased during periods of emotional stress. They clustered around significant life changes. The sentinel in particular seemed to manifest most strongly when I felt vulnerable or was making important decisions. My high school years brought a temporary decrease in sightings. I threw myself into academics and extracurricular activities, filling my schedule so completely that exhaustion guaranteed dreamless sleep most nights. The silhouettes never disappeared entirely, but their presence faded to background noise, a flicker in peripheral vision here, a momentary sense of being watched there. I convinced myself I was outgrowing whatever phenomenon had plagued my childhood. Perhaps it had been stress or an unusual form of migraine aura all along. Perhaps the human mind simply found patterns in randomness until we trained it not to. Then came the night of my high school graduation, and everything changed. My graduation night should have been celebratory. I had finished in the top 10% of my class, secured a partial scholarship to State University, and finally felt I was leaving behind the strangeness of my childhood. My parents hosted a small gathering at our home, just family and a few close friends, including Wyatt, who had become something of a confidant regarding the silhouettes, though I rarely mentioned them anymore. The evening progressed normally until around 11, when guests began departing. I stepped onto our back porch for some air, leaning against the railing to gaze at the stars. The night was clear and unseasonably cool for June, creating that peculiar desert silence where sound seems to travel forever. I felt it before I saw anything, that familiar pressure of attention, like the air itself was suddenly dense with observation. Turning slowly, I saw the sentinel standing at the far end of the porch, more clearly defined than I had ever seen it before. The silhouette was precisely that, a human-shaped void that seemed to absorb rather than block light. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, proportioned like a person who had been stretched slightly in all dimensions. For the first time in years, I didn't look away or retreat indoors. Something about crossing the threshold into adulthood had emboldened me. I stared directly at it and spoke aloud. "What do you want from me?" The figure remained motionless, but the quality of its attention changed. I felt a shift in pressure, as though it were considering me with greater intensity. Then, without any visible movement, it was suddenly closer, not by walking or gliding, but by simply occupying a different position in space. Now it stood merely 10 feet away. My courage evaporated. I backed toward the door, heart hammering against my ribs with such force I thought it might bruise. As my hand found the doorknob, the sentinel tilted what appeared to be its head, a gesture so human it was more terrifying than anything overtly monstrous could have been. I retreated inside and spent the remainder of the night with my bedroom door locked, lights blazing. When morning came, I convinced myself I had imagined the entire encounter, a product of stress and nostalgia combined with too much graduation cake. But the incident marked the end of my reprieve. Throughout that summer, the silhouettes returned with increasing frequency and clarity. The sentinel, in particular, seemed more present than ever before, manifesting not just in quiet moments at home, but in public spaces, standing among trees in the park, positioned at the far end of grocery store aisles, visible through the windows of passing buses. When autumn came and I left for university, I harbored a desperate hope that physical distance might sever whatever connection bound these entities to me. The campus was nearly 300 miles from Bakersfield, in a greener, wetter climate that felt worlds away from the desert landscape of my youth. For almost 2 weeks, I experienced nothing unusual. I settled into my dormitory, attended orientation events, and began classes with a sense of genuine optimism. My roommate, Jordan, was a quiet engineering major who spent most of his time at the library, giving me welcome privacy in our shared space. Then came the night I returned late from a study group. The residency hall was unusually quiet, most students already asleep or still out enjoying weekend activities. As I approached my door, key in hand, I felt that unmistakable sensation of being observed. Looking down the hallway, I saw the sentinel standing by the emergency exit, its featureless form unmistakable even in the dim lighting. "No," I whispered, the word half plea and half command. "Not here." The figure remained motionless, but I sensed what felt almost like acknowledgement, as though my recognition had been noted and recorded. Then, between one blink and the next, it was gone. I told myself it had been a trick of light and shadow, fatigue playing on old fears. But in the weeks that followed, the silhouettes became fixtures of my college experience. They appeared in lecture halls, standing in corners while professors delivered lessons on literature or calculus. They lingered in the spaces between bookshelves in the library, visible just beyond study carrels. The sentinel took to appearing in my dormitory room, standing silently in the corner while I pretended to sleep. My academic performance suffered. Constant vigilance left me exhausted, jumping at shadows both real and imagined. I began avoiding social gatherings, knowing from experience that emotional intensity seemed to attract their presence. Isolation, however, only made things worse. In the absence of human interaction, the silhouettes became my primary company. By mid-semester, Jordan had requested a room change, citing my weird behavior and tendency to stare at empty corners for extended periods. I couldn't blame him. From an outside perspective, I must have appeared increasingly unstable. The University Counseling Center suggested anxiety medication and regular therapy. I attended 3 sessions before giving up. How could I explain that the problem wasn't internal anxiety, but external observation by entities no one else could see? The counselor's concerned expression when I attempted to describe the silhouettes told me everything I needed to know about how such revelations would be received. Instead, I developed coping mechanisms. I mapped the campus according to frequency of appearances, avoiding hotspots when possible. I kept my room brightly lit at all hours. I studied in public places where the constant flow of human activity seemed to diminish their manifestations. I recorded voice memos describing my daily experiences, a practice that provided both documentation and the comfort of articulating fears that otherwise remained bottled inside. Despite these adaptations, my first year of university became a prolonged exercise in endurance rather than education. When summer arrived, I returned to Bakersfield not with the pride of academic achievement, but with the desperate hope that familiar surroundings might somehow normalize the abnormal. I was wrong. Summer in Bakersfield brought no relief. If anything, returning to the place where it all began seemed to intensify the phenomena. The silhouettes appeared with greater frequency and definition, no longer confined to corners and shadows, but manifesting in broad daylight, standing in the middle of rooms with an impossible solidity that defied their incorporeal nature. My parents noticed the change in me. "You seem worse than when you left," my mother observed over dinner one evening. "Is college not working out?" How could I explain that education was the least of my concerns? That I lived in constant awareness of beings that occupied the same spaces we did, but remained invisible to everyone else? That the tall one, the sentinel, had taken to standing at the foot of my bed each night, its featureless form somehow conveying expectation? "Just adjusting," I said instead. "First year is tough for everyone." My father studied me with the clinical gaze he'd developed through decades of medical practice. "Maybe you should talk to someone professional. There's no shame in getting help if you're struggling." The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd spent my entire life trying to get help, to find someone who could see what I saw, or at least believe what I reported seeing. The few who hadn't immediately dismissed me, Wyatt during our high school years, a teaching assistant in my Psychology 101 class who'd suggested temporary psychosis, had eventually backed away when the persistence of my experiences defied easy explanation. One particularly hot July afternoon, I retreated to the community pool, seeking both relief from the heat and the comfort of a public space where the silhouettes rarely manifested fully. The water was cooler than the air, but still warm, providing limited refreshment. I floated on my back, eyes closed against the brutal sun, focusing on the sensation of weightlessness. When I opened my eyes, the sentinel was standing at the pool's edge, looking down at me. Not at the corner of my vision, not as a fleeting glimpse easily dismissed. It stood in plain view, apparently visible despite the dozen other people enjoying the pool around me. I jerked upright, flailing in the water, suddenly certain I was about to drown. A lifeguard's whistle blew sharply. "No horseplay!" the teenage guard called out. "Sorry," I gasped, still staring at the black figure by the pool's edge. Can you see that?" The lifeguard squinted in the direction I was pointing. "See what?" "That person, standing right there." He gave me a look that mixed concern with annoyance. "There's nobody there, man. Maybe you've been in the sun too long." I looked back. The sentinel remained, unmoved by our exchange. For the first time, I noticed details that had previously been obscured. The silhouette wasn't simply human-shaped, but precisely formed, with the suggestion of clothing, a jacket or coat that hung to mid-thigh, and what might have been the brim of a hat shadowing where a face should be. I climbed out of the pool immediately, gathered my belongings, and left without looking back. The walk home became a surreal journey of hyper-awareness. The sentinel followed at a consistent distance, always visible when I glanced back, but never seeming to actually move. It simply occupied different positions along my route, maintaining the same separation regardless of how I varied my pace. By the time I reached my parents' house, I was running. I burst through the front door, startling my mother, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen. "What's wrong?" she asked, alarmed by my evident distress. "Nothing," I lied, moving quickly toward my bedroom. "Just thought I might get caught in rain." The absurdity of the excuse rain in Bakersfield in July didn't register until later. I locked my bedroom door, closed the blinds, and collapsed onto my bed, breathing heavily. For nearly an hour I lay perfectly still, listening for any sound that might indicate the sentinel had somehow followed me inside. Eventually, hunger and thirst drew me out. The house was quiet. A note on the counter informed me my parents had gone to a dinner party with colleagues. I made a sandwich with shaking hands, then returned to my room, leaving every light on in my wake. As I pushed open my bedroom door, the sandwich fell from my nerveless fingers. The sentinel stood in the center of the room, more clearly defined than I had ever seen it. In the harsh light of my bedside lamp, Details emerged that had previously been obscured by shadow and distance. The figure wore what appeared to be an old-fashioned suit, its fabric absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Where its face should have been, there was only a deeper darkness, a void that seemed to draw my gaze inexorably inward. For the first time in all the years of observation, the sentinel moved while I watched. It raised one impossibly thin arm, extending what might have been a hand toward me in a gesture that could have been either greeting or warning. I fled the house without conscious thought, running until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle. I found myself in a park several blocks away, surrounded by families enjoying the cooling evening air, children laughing on swings, couples walking dogs, normal people living normal lives unmarked by the presence of impossible watchers. My phone vibrated in my pocket, a text from my mother asking where I'd gone. I couldn't bring myself to return home, not with the certainty of what awaited me there. Instead, I called Wyatt, my voice breaking as I asked if I could stay the night. "Are they back?" he asked simply. "They never left," I replied, "but it's worse now, much worse." That night, sleeping on Wyatt's couch, I experienced something new. Not the presence of the silhouettes, but their complete absence. For the first time in recent memory, I felt truly alone in a room, unwatched and unobserved. The relief was so profound, I wept silently in the darkness. Great soundless sobs that eventually gave way to the deepest sleep I'd had in years. The respite proved temporary. By morning, the familiar pressure had returned. Not in Wyatt's apartment, but waiting just outside, patient and persistent as always. The remainder of that summer passed in a haze of avoidance and deteriorating mental stability. I spent as much time as possible in crowded public places, discovered that certain locations seemed to inhibit the silhouette's appearance, and developed an almost superstitious reliance on routine. My parents' concern grew increasingly difficult to deflect, especially after I refused to return to university for the fall semester, citing vague health concerns. In October, my cousin Ivy came to stay with us. 7 years my senior and studying for her doctorate in clinical psychology, she had always been more of a mentor than a peer. Her visit was ostensibly to conduct research at the regional hospital where my father worked, but I suspected my parents had orchestrated it out of worry for my increasingly erratic behavior. Ivy arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, bringing with her the brisk efficiency that had characterized her approach to life for as long as I could remember. She unpacked in our guest room, joined us for dinner, and waited until my parents had retired for the evening before cornering me in the kitchen. "Your mom is worried about you," she said without preamble, leaning against the counter while I pretended to be fascinated by the contents of the refrigerator. "Mom worries about everything," I replied, selecting an apple I had no intention of eating. "She says you've been seeing things." I closed the refrigerator with more force than necessary. "Did she ask you to evaluate me? Is that why you're really here?" Ivy's expression softened. "No one asked me to do anything, but I care about you, and yes, I'm concerned. You've withdrawn from school, barely leave the house except to visit very specific locations at very specific times, and you've been observed having conversations with empty rooms. I don't talk to them," I said before I could stop myself. Ivy's eyebrows rose. "Them?" The exhaustion of carrying my secret suddenly overwhelmed me. I sank into a kitchen chair, the apple rolling forgotten across the table. The silhouettes, the watchers. They've been with me since we moved to Bakersfield when I was 7. Everyone thinks I'm hallucinating or seeking attention or developing schizophrenia. But they're real, Ivy. They're as real as you are. I expected disbelief, concern, or the careful neutrality mental health professionals cultivate when confronted with delusions. Instead, Ivy sat down across from me, her expression thoughtful. "Describe them to me," she said simply. For the next hour, I detailed everything, their appearances, behaviors, the increasing clarity and frequency of their manifestations, my various coping mechanisms, and the particular persistence of the sentinel. Ivy listened without interruption, occasionally making notes in a small journal she produced from her pocket. When I finally fell silent, she studied me for a long moment. I'd like to stay in your room tonight. What? Why? If these entities are as consistent as you describe, I want to observe the conditions under which you perceive them. It's not that I don't believe you, she added quickly, but external validation might help us determine what we're dealing with. The idea of having someone else present during one of the Sentinel's nightly vigils was both terrifying and desperately appealing. They might not appear if you're there, I warned. Ivy shrugged. Then we'll have learned something about their behavior. And if they do appear and I can't perceive them, we'll have learned something else. That night we arranged a makeshift sleeping area for Ivy, an air mattress positioned near my desk, leaving the space by my closet conspicuously open. It was there, in that precise corner, that the Sentinel most frequently manifested during the night hours. Do they usually appear at specific times? Ivy asked as we prepared for bed. The Sentinel comes most reliably between 2 and 4 in the morning, I said. The others are less predictable. Ivy nodded, setting an alarm on her phone. Then we'll wait. We left a single lamp on, its warm glow casting long shadows across the room. Despite my exhaustion, sleep evaded me. I lay rigid beneath my blankets, hyper-aware of Ivy's presence and the empty corner where I expected the Sentinel to appear. Ivy herself seemed remarkably calm, occasionally making notes in her journal or checking the time on her phone. At 2:37 a.m., the familiar pressure descended. The air in the room seemed to thicken, becoming dense with attention. I sat up slowly, my gaze drawn inevitably to the corner. The Sentinel stood there, more clearly defined than ever before. Its suit for it was definitely wearing an old-fashioned suit with wide lapels and what might have been a waistcoat, absorbed light in a way that created an outline of deeper darkness against the shadowed wall. Its head tilted slightly, regarding me with the same patient intensity I had felt for years. "It's here," I whispered, not daring to look away. "In the corner by the closet." Ivy followed my gaze, her expression neutral. "I don't see anything," she said softly, "but the temperature in the room just dropped significantly." She was right. My breath now fogged slightly in the suddenly chilled air. As we watched, the lamp on my desk flickered, dimming momentarily before brightening again. "Does that usually happen?" Ivy asked, her clinical detachment wavering slightly. "No," I replied, my voice barely audible. "This is new." The Sentinel remained motionless, but I sensed a shift in its attention from me to Ivy, then back again. The pressure in the room intensified until my ears popped painfully. The lamp flickered more violently, then went out entirely, plunging us into darkness broken only by the faint moonlight filtering through the blinds. In that dimness, the Sentinel was paradoxically more visible, its absolute blackness standing out against the merely dark room. It took a step forward, an actual, perceivable movement, rather than the usual instantaneous repositioning. Ivy's sharp intake of breath told me everything I needed to know. "You can see it," I said, not a question. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me, I can see it." The Sentinel took another step, now fully emerged from the corner, its impossible height forcing it to stoop slightly beneath the ceiling. Its arms hung at its sides, too long for its torso, fingers extending well past where human knees would be. Ivy fumbled for her phone, activating the flashlight function. The beam caught the Sentinel directly, illuminating nothing. The light passed through the space where the figure stood, casting normal shadows on the wall behind it. Yet the silhouette remained visible, unaffected by the light that should have dispelled it. "What does it want?" Ivy asked, her voice remarkably steady despite the evident impossibility before us. Before I could answer, the temperature plummeted further. Frost formed on the windows, spreading in crystalline patterns across the glass. The Sentinel raised one elongated arm, pointing not at me, but at Ivy herself. What happened next remains difficult to describe, even years later. The air around the Sentinel seemed to ripple, distorting like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The silhouette itself became momentarily indistinct, its edges blurring before resolving into sharper definition than before. And then, impossibly, it spoke, not with an audible voice, but with a pressure against our minds that formed words without sound. Observer. The impression was clear despite the absence of actual sound. The sentinel was addressing Ivy, acknowledging her role as witness. Not for you. Ivy's phone died abruptly, plunging us back into near darkness. She gasped, dropping the device as though it had burned her fingers. "What is happening?" she demanded, fear finally breaking through her professional composure. The sentinel turned its attention back to me, and I felt the familiar weight of its regard, but now intensified, focused like a spotlight on my consciousness. Soon. With that final impression, the silhouette began to fade, not by walking away or disappearing suddenly, but by thinning gradually into transparency. Within moments, the corner was empty again, and the temperature in the room began slowly rising to normal. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. The lamp on my desk came back on without warning, making us both jump. Ivy's phone remained dead, unresponsive to her attempts to restart it. "That was not a hallucination," she finally said, her voice shaking slightly. "That was not sleep paralysis or temporal lobe epilepsy, or any other neurological explanation I might have offered." "No," I agreed, "it wasn't." Ivy ran her hands through her hair, a gesture of profound distress I had never seen from her before. It communicated. It recognized me as an observer and rejected my presence. "It's never spoken before," I said, "not in all these years." "And what did it mean by soon?" she asked. I had no answer for her. We remained awake for the rest of the night, the lamp burning brightly between us, both afraid to acknowledge the fundamental shift that had occurred, not just in the behavior of the sentinel, but in our understanding of reality itself. By morning, exhaustion had dulled the edges of terror, replacing it with a numbed acceptance. Ivy's phone mysteriously powered back on around sunrise, revealing no physical damage but a completely drained battery, despite having been nearly fully charged the night before. Over breakfast, we spoke in careful, measured terms about what we had witnessed. My parents, noting our evident fatigue, assumed we had stayed up late talking and teased us gently about slumber party regrets. "I need to document this," Ivy said once we were alone again. "Not for publication," she added quickly, seeing my expression, "but for my own understanding, for yours too, perhaps. They'll think we're both crazy," I warned. Ivy's smile was grim. "Probably. But I know what I saw, what I felt. That was not a product of shared delusion or suggestion." For the remainder of her visit, our dynamics shifted. No longer was she the concerned professional evaluating a troubled relative. We had become collaborators in an investigation of the inexplicable. We set up monitoring equipment in my room, temperature sensors, motion detectors, audio recorders, and Ivy began researching similar phenomena reported throughout history. The silhouettes continued to appear, though the sentinel maintained a peculiar distance after that night, manifesting at the periphery of rooms rather than in its usual positions. The other figures, however, seemed to multiply, appearing with increasing frequency in all parts of the house. By the time Ivy was scheduled to depart, a week after our shared experience, the phenomena had intensified to previously unknown levels. Objects moved without being touched. Electronic devices malfunctioned regularly. The temperature fluctuations became so pronounced that my parents called in heating specialists, who found nothing wrong with the system. "I don't want to leave you alone with this," Ivy said as she packed her belongings. "Come back with me to Boston, whatever these things are. They seem localized to Bakersfield." But we both knew that wasn't true. The silhouettes had followed me to university hundreds of miles away. They had been with me since childhood, across multiple homes and locations. They weren't bound to a place, but to me personally. "I need to understand why," I told her. "Running won't solve anything." Ivy hesitated, then pressed a small object into my hand, a digital voice recorder. "Keep this with you. Document everything, no matter how insignificant it seems. I'll continue researching on my end." She hugged me tightly before leaving, an uncharacteristic display of physical affection that communicated more than words could have. We both understood that something fundamental had changed, that the boundary between observer and observed had somehow been breached. That night, alone in my room for the first time since Ivy's arrival, I waited for the sentinel's inevitable appearance. The corner remained empty, but the pressure of attention was palpable, filling the room like invisible smoke. "What do you want?" I asked aloud, addressing the emptiness directly. "Why have you been watching me all these years?" No response came, but the sensation of being observed intensified until it became almost physically painful. I activated Ivy's voice recorder, placing it on my nightstand. "October 17th, 2021, I spoke clearly. First night after Ivy's departure. Presence felt but no visual manifestation yet. Temperature normal. No electronic disturbances." As if in response to my documentation, the lamp beside my bed flickered violently. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that my breath clouded before my face. And in the corner, the sentinel finally appeared, but different than before. Its silhouette seemed more substantial, less a void, and more a presence with weight and dimension. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at me as it had pointed at Ivy a week earlier. The pressure in my mind formed words without sound, clearer and more distinct than before. Preparation complete. Threshold approaching. "What threshold?" I demanded, fear giving way to a sudden irrational anger. "What have you been preparing for?" The sentinel's response came not as words, but as a series of impressions. Rapid, disjointed images that flashed through my mind too quickly to fully comprehend. I caught glimpses of places I had never been, faces I didn't recognize, events that seemed both historical and futuristic simultaneously. When the barrage ended, I was lying on the floor, nose bleeding, the voice recorder clutched so tightly in my hand that my fingers had cramped. The sentinel was gone, but its final impression lingered in my consciousness. Convergence imminent. The weeks following Ivy's departure marked a period of accelerating phenomena and deteriorating stability. The silhouettes appeared with increasing frequency and clarity, no longer confined to specific times or locations, but manifesting throughout my daily activities. The sentinel, having broken its long silence, continued to communicate in its peculiar nonverbal manner, sending bursts of incomprehensible impressions that left me disoriented and physically drained. My parents' concern evolved into active intervention. They scheduled appointments with neurologists, psychiatrists, sleep specialists, each of whom offered different diagnoses and treatment options. Temporal lobe epilepsy, persistent complex visual hallucinations, narcolepsy with hypnagogic features. None seemed to fully account for my experiences, particularly after standard medications failed to produce any reduction in symptoms. I began conducting my own research, compiling information from sources both conventional and esoteric, academic journals on perception disorders, parapsychology databases, historical accounts of shadow figures across cultures. The patterns I discovered were simultaneously reassuring and terrifying. Reassuring because they confirmed I wasn't alone in my experiences. Terrifying because no conclusive explanation or resolution had ever been documented. Ivy remained my primary ally during this period, our daily phone conversations providing both emotional support and intellectual framework. Her academic connections gave her access to research materials I couldn't obtain independently, while my direct experiences offered data she couldn't gather any other way. "The patterns suggest threshold events," she told me during one late-night call. "Periods when perception shifts, allowing awareness of phenomena normally filtered out by ordinary consciousness." "But why me?" I asked, watching the sentinel stand motionless in my doorway as we spoke. "Why has it been following me specifically for all these years?" Ivy's response was measured, her academic training evident in her careful phrasing. "Historical accounts suggest certain individuals serve as focal points or bridges between different states of reality. The consistent observation you've experienced might be preparation for some form of transition or communication." The sentinel used those exact words, I reminded her. Preparation, threshold, convergence. "Then perhaps we should consider taking its communications more literally than metaphorically," Ivy suggested. "If these entities exist in a state adjacent to our normal perception, they may be attempting to establish more direct contact through a receptive individual." The sentinel tilted its featureless head, as though listening to our conversation, though it had no visible eyes. I felt its attention shift momentarily from me to the phone in my hand. "It's here now," I told Ivy quietly, listening to us. "Try asking it directly," she suggested. "Now that it's established communication, we should attempt to understand its intentions." I took a deep breath, addressing the silhouette directly. "What is the convergence you mentioned? What is going to happen?" For several seconds, nothing changed. The sentinel remained motionless in the doorway, its absolute blackness contrasting sharply with the well-lit hallway behind it. Then, slowly, it raised one elongated arm, pointing not at me, but at the calendar hanging on my wall. Soon. The impression formed in my mind with such force that I gasped, nearly dropping the phone. It indicated the calendar, I told Ivy, and projected the word soon again. "Ask for specifics," Ivy urged. "When exactly? What exactly?" But the sentinel was already fading, its form becoming transparent before disappearing entirely. The pressure of its attention lingered briefly, then withdrew, leaving the room feeling suddenly emptier than mere physical absence could explain. "It's gone," I said, disappointment evident in my voice. "They never stay long once direct interaction begins." Ivy was silent for a moment, the sound of her typing audible in the background. "Check your calendar," she finally said. "See if there's anything marked that might be significant." I crossed to the wall calendar, a generic monthly planner showing November 2021. Nothing notable was marked on any of the dates, just routine appointments and reminders. I was about to turn away when I noticed something unusual. A small dark smudge on November 17th, exactly 1 month after Ivy's departure. Examining it more closely, I realized it wasn't a smudge but a tiny, perfectly formed silhouette, no larger than a fingerprint, appearing to have been drawn directly onto the paper in some impossibly dark substance. "November 17th, I told Ivy, a chill running through me despite the room's comfortable temperature. "There's a mark on that date, a miniature version of the silhouettes." "That's less than 2 weeks away," Ivy noted, her voice betraying concern despite her attempt at clinical detachment. "Do you think that's when this convergence is supposed to occur?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but it feels significant. They've never interacted with physical objects before, never left tangible evidence of their presence." "I'm coming back," Ivy decided abruptly. "Whatever is happening, you shouldn't face it alone. I can arrange for emergency leave from my program." Part of me wanted desperately to accept her offer of support and companionship. But another part, the part that had observed the Sentinel's reaction to her previous involvement, hesitated. "I don't think that's a good idea," I said slowly. "Remember what it said when it saw you? Not for you. I think your presence might complicate whatever process is underway." Ivy's frustration was evident even through the phone. "So I'm just supposed to sit hundreds of miles away while you experience some kind of interdimensional event with entities we barely understand?" "For now, yes," I replied, surprising myself with the certainty in my voice. "At least until we have more information. Keep researching on your end. I'll document everything that happens here." Our conversation ended with reluctant agreement to maintain distance until we had greater clarity about the approaching date. In the days that followed, I established a rigorous documentation protocol, recording all manifestations of the silhouettes, their behaviors, and any communications, however fragmentary. I installed additional monitoring equipment in my bedroom, including an infrared camera Ivy had shipped overnight from a parapsychology laboratory at her university. The silhouettes responded to this increased scrutiny with apparent approval. Rather than avoiding the monitoring equipment as I had half expected, they seemed to interact with it deliberately, manifesting directly in front of cameras, causing measurable temperature fluctuations when sensors were active, even affecting electromagnetic readings in patterns that, according to Ivy's analysis, could not be random. The Sentinel, in particular, became almost communicative, though still in its nonverbal manner. It would appear at specific times, often when I was reviewing research materials or speaking with Ivy, and project impressions that, while still largely incomprehensible, began to form recognizable patterns. Images of astronomical alignments, sensations of boundaries becoming permeable, a recurring impression of multiple realities occupying the same space. My parents, witnessing my increasingly bizarre behavior but unable to perceive the phenomena causing it, scheduled an emergency psychiatric evaluation. The psychiatrist, a well-meaning woman in her 50s, listened to a carefully edited version of my experiences and promptly recommended hospitalization for observation and stabilization. I declined, resulting in a tense family meeting where my father threatened involuntary commitment if my condition continued to deteriorate. Only Ivy's intervention, her professional credentials lending weight to her suggestions of rare but documented perceptual anomalies requiring specialized assessment, prevented immediate action. As November 17th approached, the manifestations intensified beyond anything I had previously experienced. The silhouettes appeared continuously now, no longer limited to specific times or locations. They filled my peripheral vision, standing in doorways, gathered in corners, lining hallways like motionless sentinels. The original sentinel remained distinct among them, taller and more clearly defined, its attention fixed on me with unwavering focus. Sleep became nearly impossible. When exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams were invaded by the same impressions the sentinel projected while awake. Vast cosmic geometries, overlapping dimensions, boundaries becoming permeable. I would wake gasping, my mind struggling to process concepts it had never been designed to contain. 3 days before the marked date, the phenomena expanded beyond visual manifestation. Objects throughout the house began to display subtle but unmistakable anomalies. Books rearranging themselves on shelves, electronic devices activating without human interaction, water running upward against gravity in thin rivulets along walls. My mother witnessed one such incident, a coffee cup sliding across a perfectly level table, and her reaction wavered between religious terror and scientific bafflement. My father, increasingly desperate to rationalize the inexplicable installed carbon monoxide detectors throughout the house, and scheduled comprehensive neurological examinations for the entire family. On November 16th, the day before whatever convergence awaited, I woke to find my room transformed. Every surface, walls, ceiling, furniture was covered in tiny silhouettes. Thousands of miniature black figures arranged in intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. They weren't drawn or painted. They appeared to be extensions of the surfaces themselves, three-dimensional protrusions of absolute darkness. I documented everything, speaking calmly into Ivy's voice recorder despite my mounting terror. November 16th, 6:17 a.m. The manifestations have colonized physical surfaces throughout my room. Patterns suggest deliberate communication rather than random distribution. Temperature normal. No electronic disturbances currently. As I spoke, the patterns began to move, flowing across surfaces like liquid shadow. They converged on the wall opposite my bed, forming a large version of the sentinel's silhouette, over 6 feet tall and perfectly proportioned, embedded within the wall itself rather than standing before it. The wall sentinel raised its arm in the now familiar gesture, and the largest communication yet flooded my consciousness. Threshold approaches, convergence of realities. You have been prepared as conduit, temporary bridge between states, witness, and record. The intensity of the impression left me momentarily blind, ears ringing with a sound that wasn't sound. When my senses cleared, the wall was blank again, the thousands of tiny silhouettes gone as though they had never existed. Only the sentinel remained, standing in its usual corner, motionless and attentive. I called Ivy immediately, describing the experience in detail while it remained fresh in my memory. "It sounds like you're being prepared as some kind of medium or channel," she said after listening intently. "Not in the spiritualist sense, but as a point of contact between different states of reality." "But why me?" I asked for what felt like the 100th time. "Why has it been watching me since I was 7 years old?" "Maybe that's exactly it," Ivy suggested. "The long-term observation and gradual acclimation. They've been preparing you slowly, allowing your perception to adjust incrementally rather than overwhelming you all at once." The explanation made a certain intuitive sense, though it offered little comfort regarding what might occur the following day. "What should I do?" I asked, suddenly feeling very young and frightened. Ivy's response was measured but firm. "Document everything, maintain your monitoring equipment, and try to approach it with scientific curiosity rather than fear. If these entities wanted to harm you, they've had many years of opportunity." That night I made final preparations. I charged all recording devices, positioned cameras to cover all angles of my room, and wrote detailed notes about my mental and physical state. The silhouettes gathered in unprecedented numbers, filling every corner of the house with their motionless presence. The sentinel maintained its position in my room, watching as I worked with what I interpreted as approval. My parents, sensing my increasing agitation but unable to perceive its cause, suggested I join them for dinner out, a transparent attempt to remove me from the environment they believed was contributing to my deterioration. I declined as gently as possible, knowing that separation from the convergence point would be counterproductive at this critical juncture. When midnight approached, marking the transition to November 17th, I positioned myself in the center of my room, recording devices active, notebook open on my lap. The sentinel stood directly before me now, closer than it had ever been, its featureless form somehow conveying anticipation. "I'm ready," I said aloud, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Show me what this convergence is." The response came not from the sentinel, but from every silhouette simultaneously, their collective attention focusing on me with such intensity that it became a physical pressure against my skin. The air in the room began to vibrate at frequencies just below audibility, creating a sensation of movement without sound. And then, as November 17th officially began, everything changed. The transformation began subtly, a slight intensification of colors, a sharpening of edges, sounds acquiring additional harmonic layers. Then reality itself seemed to expand, not by revealing new physical space, but by adding dimensions to existing space. The walls of my room remained where they had always been, but they simultaneously extended in directions I couldn't name, revealing aspects previously hidden from human perception. The silhouettes, which had always appeared as two-dimensional voids against three-dimensional space, now revealed their true nature. They weren't shadows or projections, but full beings existing primarily in dimensions adjacent to our own, their apparent flatness merely an artifact of how they intersected with conventional reality. The sentinel, standing before me, underwent the most dramatic transformation. Its featureless void expanded, revealing a form both humanoid and profoundly alien, a body composed of what appeared to be densely woven filaments of darkness that absorbed not just light, but possibility itself. Where a face should have been, there was a complex geometry of angles that somehow functioned as sensory organs, perceiving aspects of reality invisible to human awareness. "Convergence begins," came the impression in my mind, clearer than any previous communication. Realities align, observe, and record. The room around me began to layer, multiple versions of the same space occupying identical coordinates simultaneously. I could see my furniture as it currently existed, but also as it had existed in the past and might exist in potential futures, worn by decades of use, replaced by different pieces, arranged in configurations I had never considered. More disturbingly, I saw myself, not reflections, but actual iterations of my own body occupying the same space from different temporal perspectives. Gregory, at 7, when the silhouettes first appeared. Gregory, at current age, sitting cross-legged on the floor with recording devices arrayed around him. Gregory, at indeterminate future ages, expressions ranging from wonder to terror to resigned acceptance. The boundaries between these overlapping realities remained distinct but permeable, allowing glimpses and partial interactions across normal limitations. Objects from one iteration affected shadows in another. Sounds produced in future versions created echoes in the present. Cause and effect became suggestions rather than absolute laws. Through it all, the silhouettes, now revealed as interdimensional beings, moved with purpose and familiarity, navigating the convergence points with practiced ease. They weren't merely observing, they were facilitating, adjusting, fine-tuning the interactions between overlapping realities. "What is this?" I gasped, struggling to maintain consciousness under the perceptual assault. "What are you showing me?" "The true nature," came the response, not just from the Sentinel, but from all the beings simultaneously. "Reality is confluence, not singularity. You exist at junction point, prepared vessel for temporary observation." The explanation, while coherent, barely scratched the surface of what I was experiencing. Reality, as I had understood it, was merely one strand in an infinitely complex weave, with countless iterations and variations existing simultaneously. The boundaries between these variations normally remained imperceptible to human consciousness, but occasionally at specific convergence points determined by patterns beyond human comprehension, the barriers thinned enough to permit direct observation. And I, through years of gradual exposure and preparation, had been conditioned to serve as witness to this convergence without experiencing the immediate psychosis that would normally result from such fundamental perceptual expansion. As this understanding crystallized in my mind, the convergence intensified further. The overlapping realities began to exchange components, objects, energies, information, in a complex dance of quantum possibilities. My recording devices, designed to document conventional phenomena, responded erratically. Cameras captured impossible geometries. Audio recorders registered frequencies beyond their specifications. Temperature sensors fluctuated between absolute zero and values exceeding their maximum range. Through it all, I continued to document as best I could, speaking observations into recorders and scribbling notes that often trailed into illegibility as my perception shifted between temporal states. My consciousness expanded and contracted, sometimes encompassing perspectives from multiple iterations simultaneously, sometimes narrowing to specific focal points within the convergence. The Sentinel remained a constant presence, its attention focused on me with what I now recognized as something akin to scientific interest. It was monitoring my responses, adjusting the intensity of revelations to prevent complete cognitive overload. Time limitations apply. It communicated as the convergence reached what felt like maximum intensity. Human vessel cannot sustain extended awareness. Recording will persist after return to singular perception. "How long?" I managed to ask, uncertain whether I was speaking aloud or merely forming the thought. "Relative measurement meaningless in convergence. Approximately one rotation of your planet from subjective perspective. 1 day." I had 1 day to observe and document what might be the most significant revelation in human history, the fundamental multiplicity of reality itself. The pressure was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. As the hours passed, though past inadequately describes temporal progression during convergence, I observed patterns and interactions that defied conventional understanding. Quantum entanglement wasn't merely a property of subatomic particles, but a fundamental characteristic of reality at all scales. Consciousness wasn't produced by brains but channeled through them, existing primarily in dimensions beyond physical measurement. The beings I had perceived as silhouettes were neither supernatural nor alien, but natural components of a broader reality system, performing functions analogous to maintenance or regulation. Throughout this revelatory period, I experienced moments of intense clarity, alternating with periods of overwhelming confusion. The Sentinel and its companions adjusted the perceptual filters accordingly, allowing me to process and document what information I could without complete psychological fragmentation. At some point, though temporal markers had become largely meaningless, I became aware of another presence within the convergence. Not one of the interdimensional beings, but a human consciousness, partially attuned to the expanded state. With a shock of recognition that transcended normal awareness, I identified Ivy, not physically present, but somehow perceiving echoes of the convergence through our established connection. The Sentinel noticed this unexpected participant immediately. Its attention shifted briefly from me to this distant point of awareness, considering. Unintended observer, it communicated, not with disapproval, but with something like scientific curiosity. Sympathetic resonance through previous exposure. Acceptable variable. I felt rather than saw Ivy's astonishment, her academic mind struggling to contextualize experiences that defied conventional frameworks. Unlike me, she hadn't undergone years of gradual preparation for this perceptual expansion. Her awareness was fragmented, incomplete, but undeniably present within the convergence field. Somehow, through means I couldn't comprehend even in my expanded state, I managed to communicate with her across this impossible distance. "It's real," I projected, uncertain whether the message would reach her coherently. "All of it, not hallucination or delusion, documented as thoroughly as possible. We'll share when convergence ends." Her response came as an impression of acknowledgement and concern, faint but distinguishable among the overwhelming sensory input of the convergence. The connection between us, tenuous but persistent, offered an unexpected anchor amidst the perceptual chaos. As the convergence progressed toward its inevitable conclusion, the Sentinel communicated a final series of impressions, not explanations or revelations, but something like instructions or suggestions for after my return to singular perception. Integration will require time. Documentation will preserve partial awareness. Future convergences possible with prepared vessel. The implication was clear. This experience, while unprecedented in my lifetime, might not be singular. The preparation I had undergone, the gradual acclimation to expanded perception, had created neural pathways that could be reactivated during future convergence events. Whether this prospect was terrifying or exhilarating, I couldn't determine even in my expanded state. The knowledge that reality itself was fundamentally different from conventional understanding, broader, more complex, less absolute, would inevitably transform how I perceived everyday existence even after returning to normal consciousness. As the convergence began to wane, the overlapping realities slowly separating back into their respective dimensional positions, the Sentinel communicated one final impression. Witness function completed. Gratitude for voluntary participation. Integration period begins. The expanded perception didn't end abruptly but receded gradually, like an oceanic tide withdrawing from shore. Layers of reality folded back into their normal configurations. The extraordinary complexity of the convergence condensing into conventional, three-dimensional space. The silhouettes, briefly revealed in their true interdimensional nature, resumed their familiar appearances as flat, featureless voids against normal backgrounds. Eventually, after what might have been hours or minutes in conventional time, I found myself sitting cross-legged on my bedroom floor, surrounded by recording devices and pages of nearly illegible notes. The Sentinel stood in its usual corner, once again appearing as a simple silhouette rather than the complex interdimensional being I had briefly perceived it to be. Its attention remained focused on me, but with a different quality than before. Not the patient observation of preparation, but something like professional acknowledgement between colleagues who had completed a shared task. Then, with a final impression that contained elements of both farewell and continuation, it faded from view, not instantaneously but gradually, its edges softening before disappearing entirely. The pressure of its attention withdrew for the first time in years, leaving behind a peculiar emptiness. My first coherent thought was to check the date and time. My phone indicated it was November 18th, 4:21 a.m., approximately 28 hours since the convergence had begun. An entire day had passed, in what had felt simultaneously like moments and eternities. With shaking hands, I began to gather my documentation notebooks filled with observations ranging from precisely detailed to completely incomprehensible, recording devices containing whatever portions of the experience they had been able to capture with their limited technological capabilities. My body, I realized belatedly, was showing signs of severe physiological stress, dehydration, muscle fatigue, eyes burning from extended periods without blinking. I had apparently remained conscious and physically active throughout the entire convergence period, though I had no memory of basic biological functions like eating or drinking. I managed to send a text message to Ivy. "It's over. I'm alive. Will call when able. Before collapsing onto my bed, consciousness fading rapidly as my overtaxed system demanded recovery. My last thought before sleep claimed me was not fear or confusion, but a profound sense of responsibility to document and communicate what I had witnessed, to integrate this expanded understanding into my ongoing existence, and to prepare for the possibility that it might someday happen again. The silhouettes, I realized with certainty born of direct experience, had never been haunting me. They had been preparing me for enlightenment. I slept for nearly 20 hours after the convergence ended, waking occasionally to drink water or visit the bathroom before collapsing back into exhausted unconsciousness. My parents, alarmed by my extended seclusion, checked on me periodically, but seemed relieved to find me merely sleeping, rather than engaged in the increasingly bizarre behaviors they had witnessed leading up to November 17th. When I finally emerged from my room on the evening of November 19th, physically recovered but mentally still processing, I found them sitting in the living room with expressions of cautious optimism. "You look better," my mother observed, studying my face carefully. "More present." The observation was inadvertently accurate. For the first time in years, I was fully present in conventional reality, no longer dividing my attention between normal perception and awareness of the silhouettes. Their absence, for they had indeed departed completely after the convergence, created a peculiar lightness I was still adjusting to. "I feel better," I replied, choosing words carefully. "I think whatever was happening has resolved itself." My father, ever the medical professional, remained skeptical. "Just like that, without treatment or intervention?" "Sometimes that's how these things work," I said, the inadequacy of the explanation obvious to all of us. "I can't really explain it better right now." The truth, of course, was infinitely more complex than I could possibly convey to them. How could I describe the convergence of multiple realities, the revelation of interdimensional beings whose very existence defied conventional understanding, the fundamental restructuring of my perception of reality itself? Even if I found the words, they lacked the contextual framework to process such information without dismissing it as delusional. Instead, I focused on practical recovery, reestablishing normal eating and sleeping patterns, engaging in conventional social interactions, demonstrating the behavioral stability that would reassure them. The change was dramatic enough that they accepted it as genuine improvement rather than questioning its sudden onset. 3 days after the convergence, when I had recovered sufficient physical and mental equilibrium, I called Ivy. Her response was immediate and intense. "I felt it," she said without preamble. "Not completely, not like you apparently did, but echoes, impressions. It was real, wasn't it? All of it." "Yes," I confirmed, relief flooding through me at having someone who could corroborate my experience, however partially. "More real than conventional reality in some ways. How much do you remember?" "Fragments mostly, overlapping perceptions. A sense of reality being infinitely more complex than we normally perceive. And," she hesitated, "a connection to you somehow, like I was witnessing partially through your consciousness. The Sentinel, the primary entity, acknowledged your presence, called it sympathetic resonance through previous exposure. Your direct contact with them during your visit created a connection that allowed partial participation in the convergence." Ivy was silent for several moments, processing this information. "I've been analyzing the data you sent, what your equipment managed to record during the event. The results are unprecedented. Quantum fluctuations that shouldn't be possible under current understanding of physics. Audio frequencies containing embedded patterns similar to mathematical expressions, but in dimensional systems beyond conventional geometry." "Can it be interpreted?" I asked. "Translated into terms others might understand?" "Partially, at best," she admitted. "The instruments themselves were functioning beyond their design parameters during the convergence. Most of the scientific community would dismiss the results as equipment malfunction, rather than genuine phenomena. This was the fundamental challenge I now faced: how to integrate and communicate an experience that transcended conventional frameworks of understanding. The convergence had revealed the multiplicity of reality, the limitless complexity of existence beyond our normal perceptual filters. But that revelation remained largely incommunicable through conventional means. In the weeks that followed, I worked with Ivy to organize and analyze my documentation. The notebooks contained observations ranging from precisely detailed descriptions of conventional phenomena to increasingly abstract notations as the convergence progressed, eventually deteriorating into diagrams and symbols that corresponded to no known writing system, but which I could still partially interpret through the residual effects of expanded perception. The recordings proved equally challenging. Video captured by my cameras showed me sitting in my room for extended periods, occasionally writing furiously or speaking into audio recorders, but revealed none of the overlapping realities or interdimensional beings I had perceived. Audio recordings contained my voice describing phenomena that the microphones themselves couldn't detect, creating an eerie disconnection between narrative and evident reality. It's like trying to describe color to someone who has only experienced black and white, I told Ivy during one of our analysis sessions. The conceptual framework simply doesn't exist within conventional understanding. Yet you experienced it directly, she pointed out. Your neural architecture processed information that supposedly can't be processed by human consciousness. That alone is significant, regardless of how effectively it can be communicated. She was right, of course. The experience itself, the direct perception of reality's true nature, however temporarily, had fundamentally altered my understanding of existence. The knowledge that what we perceive as absolute reality is merely one strand in an infinitely complex weave couldn't be unlearned, even if it couldn't be fully articulated. 3 months after the convergence, I returned to university, resuming my academic studies with a perspective permanently altered by what I had witnessed. Courses in quantum physics and consciousness studies that had previously seemed abstract now resonated with personal significance. Theoretical frameworks that attempted to describe reality's fundamental nature appeared simultaneously more valid and more limited than before. The silhouettes never returned, at least not in their original form. Occasionally, in moments of particular focus or during transitions between wakefulness and sleep, I would experience brief perceptual expansions, glimpses of the broader reality revealed during convergence, momentary awareness of dimensions beyond conventional measurement. These episodes were fleeting, but served as reminders that the boundaries between perceptual states remained more permeable for me than for most. Ivy continued her doctoral research, subtly influenced by her partial experience of the convergence. Her dissertation on quantum consciousness and perceptual filtering incorporated elements of our shared understanding while remaining sufficiently conventional to be academically acceptable. We maintained regular contact, collaborating on papers that approached the edges of conventional understanding without explicitly crossing into territory that would be dismissed as pseudoscientific. My parents, relieved by my apparent recovery and return to normal functioning, gradually stopped monitoring me for signs of psychological disturbance. They attributed the entire episode to a temporary stress-induced condition that had spontaneously resolved, an explanation I neither confirmed nor corrected. Some truths remain incommunicable even to those closest to us. As years passed, I developed a comfortable dual existence, functioning normally within conventional reality, while maintaining awareness of its fundamental insufficiency. The knowledge that what we perceive is merely a limited slice of a vastly more complex multidimensional existence became integrated into my everyday understanding, influencing my choices and perspectives without dominating them. Occasionally, I would experience what I came to think of as thin spots, locations or moments where the barriers between dimensional states seemed particularly permeable. In these instances, I would feel echoes of the convergence, brief expansions of perception that allowed glimpses of the broader reality normally filtered from human awareness. During one such episode, 5 years after the original convergence, I briefly perceived the Sentinel again, not as a silhouette or even in its fully revealed interdimensional form, but as a familiar presence at the periphery of expanded consciousness. Its attention, still focused and measuring, carried an impression that might have been acknowledgement or even approval. Integration proceeding appropriately, came the familiar nonverbal communication, potential for future participation maintained. The contact was momentary but confirmatory. The convergence had not been a terminal event, but rather an initial exposure, perhaps the first of multiple instances where the boundaries between realities might thin enough to permit direct observation by prepared consciousness. This knowledge, while potentially unsettling, brought with it a curious peace. The silhouettes that had followed me since childhood had never been threatening or malevolent. They had been preparing me, gradually acclimating my perception to accommodate experiences beyond normal human parameters. The years of observation had been neither haunting nor harassment, but preparation for expanded understanding. Today, I continue to function within conventional reality while maintaining awareness of its limitations. I pursue research in fields adjacent to my experiences, contributing to expanded understanding where possible without claiming authoritative knowledge that would be dismissed as delusional. Ivy and I collaborate regularly, our shared partial experience of the convergence providing a foundation for exploration that straddles the boundaries between established science and emergent understanding. The silhouettes no longer manifest visibly, their preparatory function presumably completed, but I occasionally sense echoes of their presence during particularly permeable moments. These brief connections serve as reminders that reality extends infinitely beyond our normal perception, that what we accept as absolute is merely one configuration among countless possibilities. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I feel the sentinel's familiar attention, not watching from corners or doorways as it once did, but present at the periphery of consciousness, a patient observer of ongoing integration and understanding. In those moments, I acknowledge its presence with neither fear nor surrender, but with the recognition that comes from shared purpose, the expansion of awareness beyond conventional limitations, the gradual revelation of reality's true nature, and the preparation for whatever convergences might yet come. The shadows that follow are not separate from us, but aspects of existence we have yet to fully perceive, patient, persistent, and ultimately revelatory for those prepared to see. The following account documents events that forever altered my perception of reality. I've hesitated to share this story for years, but perhaps putting these words to paper will finally exorcise the shadows that have haunted me since that autumn day in 2009. My name is Ethan Voss, and this story happened to me back in 2009. I was 35, living in a small town in Colorado called Grandview. I had a pretty mundane life, worked as a mechanic at Ritter's Auto Shop, spent my weekends fishing, and kept mostly to myself. I wasn't exactly the social type, but I had a good buddy, Tom Kellerman, who I had known since high school. Tom was my opposite in many ways, outgoing where I was reserved, impulsive where I was cautious. He worked as a forest ranger and had an encyclopedic knowledge of the wilderness surrounding Grandview. His weathered face was permanently tanned from days spent outdoors, and his booming laugh could fill any room. Despite our differences, we shared a love for fishing and the solitude of nature. We did everything together. Well, almost everything. It started on a normal Friday. Tom and I had planned a fishing trip for weeks. We were heading to Elk Lake, a spot tucked away in the forest, about a 2-hour drive from town. This place was our little secret. Hardly anyone knew about it, which made it perfect for getting away from the grind. That morning, I awoke before my alarm, a sense of unease settling in my stomach like a cold stone. Outside my window, fog clung to the ground, transforming familiar shapes into ghostly silhouettes. I dismissed the feeling as pre-trip jitters and packed the last of my gear. Tom picked me up around 6 a.m, his headlights cutting through the mist as he pulled into my driveway. The squeal of his brakes needed attention, but I knew better than to offer my professional opinion unless asked. "Morning, sunshine," he called out, his breath visible in the cold air. "Ready to catch some monsters?" We loaded our gear into his old Chevy truck, joking about who'd catch the biggest fish. The sky was just starting to lighten up, casting an eerie blue glow over the landscape, and the air was crisp and cool. Perfect fishing weather, if you ask me. The drive took us through winding mountain roads, past abandoned mining towns and thick forests. Tom kept the conversation flowing with stories of recent bear sightings and the record-breaking trout someone had pulled from Sawmill Creek last week. We reached the lake by 8. The place was as beautiful as ever, surrounded by dense pine trees, their reflections mirrored perfectly on the water's surface. The lake was so still it looked like glass with tendrils of mist hovering just above it. The silence was complete. No distant traffic, no human voices, just the occasional call of a bird or rustle of leaves. We set up our rods, cracked open a couple of beers, and settled in for what we expected to be a relaxing day. For a few hours, it was exactly that. We caught a few decent-sized trout, exchanged comfortable silences, and breathed in the clean mountain air. Around noon, the sun disappeared behind gathering clouds, casting the lake in shadow. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I zipped up my jacket against the sudden chill. "Hey, you ever hear about the old Whitaker cabin?" Tom asked, reeling in his line. "Can't say that I have." Tom took a swig of beer. "Supposedly it was built by a trapper back in the 1800s. Abandoned for decades now. It's not far from here, maybe half an hour's hike." He nodded toward the dense woods beyond the northern shore. "Thought it might be fun to check it out." I wasn't too keen on the idea. Something about poking around old deserted buildings didn't sit right with me, but Tom was persistent, and I figured it might be an interesting diversion. "Come on," he urged. "Fish aren't biting anyway. We can come back before dusk." We packed up our gear and started hiking through the woods. Tom had a rough idea of where the cabin was, based on some directions he'd gotten from an old-timer at the local bar. The forest grew denser as we walked, the trees crowding together until only thin shafts of light penetrated the canopy. The ground beneath our feet was springy with decades of accumulated pine needles, muffling our footsteps. After about an hour of trekking, Tom stopped abruptly, pointing through a gap in the trees. There it is. The cabin materialized before us like an apparition. It was in worse shape than I expected. The roof had partially caved in, and the walls were covered in vines and moss. A single window, its glass long gone, gaped like an empty eye socket. The porch sagged dangerously, and the door hung askew on rusty hinges. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, but there was something eerie about it, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The surrounding woods were utterly silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. It was as if nature itself avoided this place. "Come on, Ethan, don't be a chicken," Tom teased, pushing open the creaky front door. "It's just an old cabin." The door groaned in protest, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. Tom disappeared inside, and after a moment's hesitation I followed him, my boots heavy on the rotting floorboards. The interior was a mess of broken furniture, dusty old books, and what looked like the remains of a fire in the stone fireplace. The air inside was stale and carried a faint, coppery scent that I couldn't quite place. Shafts of light streamed through holes in the roof, illuminating swirling dust motes. "Check this out," Tom said, examining markings carved into the wooden doorframe. Some kind of symbols. I peered closer. The carvings were intricate circles within circles, strange angular shapes, and what looked like primitive depictions of eyes. They reminded me of something I'd seen in a book about occult practices, though I couldn't remember where or when. But what caught my attention was a trap door in the corner, partially hidden under a pile of rubble. "Hey, check this out," I called to Tom, pointing at the door. "Wonder where it leads." Tom's eyes lit up with curiosity. Only one way to find out. We cleared the debris and managed to pry the door open. A musty smell wafted up from the darkness below, along with a sudden drop in temperature. The wooden stairs descending into the blackness looked surprisingly intact. We found a couple of old oil lanterns on a shelf, and to our surprise, they still worked. We lit them and descended the narrow staircase into the cellar, the weak yellow light casting long shadows on the earthen walls. The cellar was surprisingly large, with rows of shelves lined with jars of preserved food and what looked like homemade wine. It seemed whoever lived here had been quite the survivalist. Most of the jars were cracked or broken, their contents long since reduced to unidentifiable mush. As we explored further, we found a small room at the back with a metal door that was slightly ajar. Ominous dark stains, the color of old rust, marked the floor leading to it. "What do you think's in there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Only one way to find out," Tom repeated, pushing the door open. The hinges shrieked in protest, the sound reverberating through the underground space. Inside, the room was pitch black, save for the light from our lanterns. The walls were lined with strange symbols, the same ones we'd seen upstairs, but more elaborate, more menacing somehow, and what looked like old newspaper clippings yellowed with age. In the center of the room was a wooden table with various tools laid out, knives, pliers, and other instruments I couldn't identify. Dark stains covered the table's surface and had pooled on the floor beneath it. "This is some creepy stuff," I muttered, feeling a chill run down my spine. "We should get out of here." Tom nodded, but before we could leave, we heard a noise, a faint shuffling sound coming from the corner of the room. We both turned our lanterns towards the sound, revealing a figure huddled in the shadows. "Who's there?" Tom called out, his voice trembling slightly. The figure slowly stood up, stepping into the light. It was a man, his face gaunt and his eyes wild with fear. His clothes were tattered, and he looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. Festering wounds marked his emaciated body, and when he opened his mouth, I could see several teeth were missing. "Please help me," he croaked, reaching out a bony hand. We rushed over to the man, but as we got closer, we noticed he was chained to the wall. His wrists were raw and bloody from where he had tried to free himself. The skin had grown around the metal in places, suggesting he'd been restrained for months, possibly years. "Jesus, what happened to you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man's eyes darted frantically around the room. His lips were cracked and bleeding, and when he spoke, his voice was barely audible. They're coming," he whispered, his gaze suddenly focusing on something beyond us. "You have to leave. Now!" Tom and I exchanged a glance, silently debating what to do. We couldn't just leave him here. "Who's coming?" Tom asked, kneeling beside the man. "Who did this to you?" "The shepherds," the man replied, his voice quivering. "They gather the flock. They prepare us." He pulled desperately at his chains. "Please, you don't understand. They'll be back at sundown. They always come at sundown." Without another word, we started working on the chains. Tom examined the padlock while I tried to find something we could use as a tool. The lock was old but sturdy, and without the key, our prospects of freeing him quickly seemed dim. But before we could make any progress, we heard footsteps above us. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, getting closer and closer. The man's eyes widened in terror. "They're early," he gasped. "Hide!" "We need to hide," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. "Now!" We quickly extinguished our lanterns and crouched in the darkness behind a stack of rotting crates, holding our breath as the footsteps descended the stairs. I could feel Tom trembling beside me, his breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. A beam of light swept across the room, and I could hear muffled voices, at least 2, maybe 3 people. "They're down here," a deep voice said. "I can smell them." Another voice, higher, but no less menacing, responded. "Find them. The shepherd will be pleased." Panic surged through me as I realized we were trapped. The only way out was through the metal door, and it was too far away to reach without being seen. The light moved closer, illuminating the chained man who cowered against the wall, whimpering softly. Through a gap in the crates, I could make out the silhouette of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a scar running down the side of his face. He was holding a flashlight and a large hunting knife. His eyes, reflecting the beam of his light, seemed to glow with an inhuman intensity. "They're hiding," the scarred man said, his voice filled with anticipation. Come out, wherever you are." I held my breath, praying he wouldn't find us. But just as he was about to turn away, Tom shifted slightly, and the floorboard creaked under his weight. The sound, though small, echoed in the silent cellar. "There!" the man shouted, lunging towards our hiding spot. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed a nearby jar and hurled it at him, hitting him square in the face. The glass shattered, and he stumbled back, cursing and clawing at his eyes. I took the opportunity to grab Tom and make a run for it. "Go, go!" I yelled, pushing Tom toward the door. We burst through the metal door and into the cellar, sprinting up the stairs as fast as we could. Behind us, I could hear the scarred man bellowing orders, and multiple footsteps pursuing us. But as we reached the top of the stairs, another man appeared, blocking our path. He was just as large as the first, with a crazed look in his eyes and symbols tattooed across his forehead. He wore a necklace made of what looked disturbingly like human teeth. Without thinking, I tackled him, sending us both crashing to the floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but adrenaline kept me moving. Tom scrambled past us and out the door, shouting for me to follow. The man beneath me was surprisingly strong. He grabbed my throat, his fingers digging into my windpipe. Black spots danced in my vision as I struggled for air. In desperation, I drove my thumb into his eye. He howled in pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I managed to kick him off me and stagger to my feet, my mind racing. I could hear the others close behind, their footsteps thundering up the stairs. I bolted out of the cabin and into the woods, my lungs burning as I ran. "Ethan, this way!" Tom's voice called from somewhere to my left. I veered in that direction, branches whipping against my face, leaving stinging welts. I could hear the men shouting behind me, their voices growing fainter as I pushed myself harder. The forest blurred around me, and my only thought was escape. After what seemed like an eternity, I broke through the tree line and saw Tom waiting by the truck. We jumped in, and Tom floored the gas, the tires kicking up dirt and gravel as we sped away. Through the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of figures emerging from the forest, watching us go. We didn't speak for a long time, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. My throat was bruised from the attack, and Tom had a deep cut on his arm that neither of us had noticed in the chaos. "What the hell was that?" Tom finally said, his voice shaking. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and his usual confident demeanor had vanished. "I don't know," I replied, staring out the window at the darkening sky. "But we need to call the cops." We drove straight to the Grandview police station and told them everything. At first they seemed skeptical, exchanging looks that clearly questioned our sanity. But when we mentioned the chained man in the cellar, they took us seriously. Sheriff Denton, a no-nonsense woman with 20 years on the force, assembled a team immediately. "You boys are lucky to be alive," she said, as deputies geared up around us. "We've had reports of missing hikers in that area for years." A team was dispatched to the cabin, and Tom and I waited anxiously for news, nursing cups of bitter coffee in the station's break room. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving me shaking and nauseous. The image of the chained man's face kept flashing in my mind. Hours later, the officers returned, their faces grim. They had found the cabin, just as we described, but the men were gone. The chained man had been left behind, but he was in bad shape, barely clinging to life. He was rushed to the hospital, and we were told he might not make it. "There's something else," Sheriff Denton said, placing a plastic evidence bag on the table. Inside was a small, leather-bound book. "We found this hidden in the cellar. It appears to be some kind of ritual journal." The pages she showed us contained detailed accounts of abductions, bizarre ceremonies, and sacrifices to something called the Shepherd of the Dark Flock. There were drawings, too, intricate diagrams of human bodies with the symbols we'd seen carved into their flesh. Over the next few days, the police investigated the cabin and the surrounding area. They discovered evidence of a cult that had been operating in the region for years, abducting people and using them in bizarre rituals. The forensics team found human remains buried in the woods, at least 7 different individuals. The chained man survived, but was too traumatized to provide any useful information. He couldn't remember his name or where he was from, only fragments of the horrors he had endured. The doctors said he might never fully recover. Tom and I were hailed as heroes for exposing the cult, but it didn't feel like a victory. We had stumbled into something dark and evil, something that had been hidden in the shadows for far too long. And although the police continued to search for the cult members, they were never found. Life in Grandview slowly returned to normal, but Tom and I were never the same. We stopped going on fishing trips, and our friendship grew distant. The memory of that day haunted us, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurked just beneath the surface of everyday life. Tom moved away 6 months later, taking a job in Alaska. His parting words to me were, "I need to go somewhere they can't find me." I understood. I stayed in Grandview for another year before I couldn't take it anymore. The nightmares, the paranoia, the feeling of being watched. I sold my house and moved to Oregon, hoping to leave the past behind. But no matter how far I go, I can't escape the feeling that something is still out there, watching, waiting. Sometimes in my dreams, I hear the scarred man's voice. Come out, wherever you are." And I know that I'll never be able to forget what we found in that cabin by the lake. Because the worst part isn't what we discovered, it's knowing that they're still out there. And sometimes, when I check my mail or answer my door, I find small symbols carved into the wood. The same symbols from the cabin. They're looking for me, and someday I fear they'll find me. The forest has a way of speaking if you know how to listen. After 3 years as a ranger in Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains, I was still learning its language. The sudden silence of birds before a storm, the subtle tracks that told stories of midnight wanderings, the way mist clung to hollows where the sun rarely reached. In 1984, I was still getting used to life as a ranger in Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains. It wasn't exactly a place where you could take it easy and hope for a quiet shift. I came from a long line of factory workers and decided early on that I wasn't cut out for a 9-to-5 job like my dad. The open spaces and freedom of the outdoors were the only things that made sense to me, so naturally I ended up here. As for making a career out of chasing lost hikers, babysitting rowdy campers, and pulling drunk tourists out of ravines, that was something I was starting to regret. I was stationed near a remote part of the park, far from the usual visitor spots. It was an area known more for its quiet, dense woods than for anything particularly scenic. Most of my days were spent patrolling alone, keeping an eye on the wildlife and making sure nobody wandered off into parts of the forest where cell service and common sense didn't exist. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. My buddies in town used to joke that the only things more stubborn than me were the bears. I wasn't armed most of the time, no real need for it, or so I thought back then. Plus, the Park Service was strict about guns. They didn't want any trigger-happy rangers scaring off the tourists. The mountain folk called my sector the Dark Stretch, though nobody at headquarters used that name. Old-timers in the nearby towns would eye my uniform and ask if I'd seen anything strange up yonder, then chuckle nervously when I shrugged it off. I figured it was local superstition. Every small town has its ghost stories. Chief Ranger Blackburn had been here 30 years. His face, weathered like old leather, carried the permanent squint of a man who'd spent his life outdoors. During my training, he'd taken me aside one evening at the outpost. "Listen, son," he'd said, voice low as he cleaned his service revolver. "These mountains are older than anything. Indians knew it. First settlers knew it. Something about these valleys. They hold on to things. You understand?" I hadn't understood, not then. I'd nodded anyway, chalking it up to the flask he kept in his desk drawer. My cabin stood about 8 miles from headquarters, an hour's drive on good days, longer when rain turned the service roads to mud. The isolation suited me. Nights I'd sit on my porch watching darkness claim the ridgelines, swallowing peaks one by one until only a velvet blackness remained, punctuated by starlight. Sometimes I'd hear things moving in the brush beyond my sight. Normal things, I told myself. Forest things. April had been unseasonably cold that year. Frost lingered in shadowed valleys well past dawn, and tourists were scarce. My patrols grew longer, stretching into the unmapped territories where locals rarely ventured. I told myself I was being thorough. I'd been tracking unusual animal movements for weeks. Several deer carcasses had turned up along Copper Creek, torn apart in ways that didn't match bear or cougar predation. Regional wildlife services blamed it on feral dogs, but the spacing of the kills seemed methodical, almost deliberate. That morning, April 17th, I'd woken to the sound of something heavy moving around my cabin. By the time I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, nothing remained but muddy impressions in the soil, too large for a coyote, too distinct for a bear. 5 points of impression, like fingers or claws. I radioed in and requested permission to expand my patrol route further north. The area wasn't technically off limits, but Ranger protocol discouraged solo exploration of the deeper wilderness. Dispatch granted approval with a warning about the rain forecast. I packed extra supplies, a first aid kit, and my personal compass that had belonged to my grandfather. The forest felt different that day. People think they know the woods, but the truth is, no matter how long you've been out here, the forest always has ways of reminding you how little you really know. I was a few miles in, checking the trails for debris after a recent storm, when I spotted the cabin. The structure wasn't on any of my maps. About 2 miles beyond the northernmost hiking trail, tucked between massive hemlocks, the tiny cabin looked ancient. Its logs had silvered with age, moss climbing the north-facing wall. No access road, not even a path, just forest, and then suddenly, shelter. I'd seen it before, an old hunter's shack, probably a century old, sitting deep in the woods. No one used it anymore, not legally at least. Park records mentioned an illegal trapper's outpost from the 1930s that rangers had abandoned rather than demolish, but its exact location had been lost to time. I'd assumed it was just a story, but today something was different. There was smoke rising from the chimney. That day, I had a strange feeling. Nothing you could put your finger on, just a sense that something was off. The air felt heavy, like the forest was holding its breath, but I chalked it up to my imagination. I radioed in to let the station know I was investigating some potential squatters. The shack wasn't on any official trail, so I doubted it was just hikers taking shelter. Probably some locals or drifters who decided the place was off the radar enough to camp out in. Static answered my call. I tried again, adjusting the frequency, but received only electronic noise punctuated by what sounded like breathing. Not mine. I wasn't looking for trouble, just trying to get them out before they started a fire or left trash everywhere. I approached slowly, noting details out of habit. No vehicles nearby. No equipment outside. Just thin bluish smoke curling upward, almost invisible against the clouding sky. The windows were covered from inside with what looked like animal hides. As I moved closer, the forest went quiet. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. There were no sounds, no birds, no rustling leaves, not even the wind. It was as if everything had gone still. I've heard of these things happening before, a kind of eerie silence that creeps up on you. But this wasn't just quiet. This was like the world was holding its breath. The smoke smelled wrong, not the pleasant aroma of burning pine or oak, but something acrid and sweet simultaneously. Something that made my throat close up instinctively. 20 yards from the cabin, I found the first blood. Dark splashes against pale green ferns, already turning brown at the edges. Recent, but not fresh. My hand moved to my belt where a sidearm would normally sit, finding only my canteen and radio. "Hello?" I called out, protocol dictating I announce myself. "Park Ranger. Anyone inside?" The silence swallowed my voice without echo. Not even an insect chirped in response. 5 more steps and I found a torn piece of fabric, flannel, red and black checked, stuck to a bramble. More blood here, and something else. Deep gouges in the trunk of a nearby tree, as though something with immense strength had clutched it for leverage. The marks were about 7 feet up the trunk. I approached the cabin cautiously, but it wasn't until I was nearly at the door that I saw the real problem. The door was hanging off its hinges, busted open, but there was no sign of life inside. Just the faint glow of embers in the fireplace and the sharp, metallic smell that hit me like a punch in the gut. Blood. My training said to retreat and call for backup. My instincts screamed the same. But the radio remained dead, and something about the scene pulled at me, a professional obligation to investigate what might be a crime scene, or perhaps something deeper, more primal, a need to know. Stepping inside, I saw the mess, broken furniture, splinters everywhere, and blood, lots of it, soaked into the floorboards. There were clear signs of a struggle, but where the hell was everybody? The cabin's interior was sparse, a table smashed to kindling, a cast iron stove, a single chair lying on its side, and a rope cot overturned in the corner. The walls held mounted antlers and primitive tools. Something about their arrangement struck me as ceremonial rather than practical. I pulled my radio to call for backup, but there was no signal, not even static. Great, I thought, alone in the middle of nowhere with nothing but blood and broken furniture. That's when I saw it. A massive claw mark etched deep into the wood near the fireplace. I'm not talking about scratches from some bear trying to get into the cabin. These were deep, intentional gouges, like something had taken its time. I ran my fingers along the marks. 5 parallel gashes, each as wide as my thumb, cutting nearly an inch into solid oak. No animal in these mountains could make these. Black bears had powerful claws but lacked the dexterity for such precision. Mountain lions left narrower marks. This was something else entirely. In the corner, barely visible in the dim light, lay a leather-bound journal. I picked it up, finding its pages filled with cramped, urgent handwriting. The dates went back decades, the most recent entry just 3 days old. I skimmed the final pages. April 14th. It's watching the cabin again, 3rd night. Found more symbols carved in trees. April 15th. Hendricks hasn't returned from checking the western traps. Evans went looking. Neither came back. Can hear it breathing outside after dark. April 16th. They've all gone, only me now. It spoke my name through the door, a voice like stones grinding. God help me, it knows. The entry ended in a dark smear across the page. The back cover held a crude drawing of a hunched figure with elongated limbs. Not a childish scrawl, but the desperate attempt of an adult hand to capture something glimpsed in terror. Now I've seen some strange things in my time. Backwoods hunters who've gone feral. Campers doing things they don't want people to know about. But this was different. I couldn't explain it, but it felt wrong. On a shelf above the fireplace sat 5 carved wooden figures, each about 6 inches tall. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Proportions distorted, limbs too long, heads misshapen. They were arranged in a semicircle facing inward, as though observing something invisible. One had fallen onto its side, the others remained upright. The fire in the hearth hadn't died naturally. Someone or something had deliberately piled dirt and rocks onto it, not to extinguish it completely but to keep it smoldering, producing that thin smoke I'd seen. A warning sensation prickled at my neck. Something ancient in my brainstem recognized danger before conscious thought could form. I turned slowly toward the window, seeing nothing but my own reflection in the grimy glass. Then a shadow moved behind me, visible in the reflection, a darkness deeper than the cabin's interior, shifting just beyond the doorway. Instinctively, I backed out of the cabin, my mind racing. Whatever happened here wasn't done by anything I'd ever seen. I decided to head back and radio for help once I got clear of whatever was messing with the signal. Just as I turned to leave, I heard it. Footsteps. Not human. Something heavy but quiet. Calculated. Whatever it wasn't rushing at me. It was stalking. I looked toward the tree line, and that's when I saw it. At first it was just a shape, a shadow moving between the trees, but then it stepped into the clearing. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, but hunched over like it was too heavy to stand upright. Its skin, or what I assumed was skin, was a leathery grayish-brown with patches of matted fur in odd places, almost like it was wearing a hide that didn't quite fit. Its arms were long, too long, ending in hands that looked more like talons. The closest thing I could compare it to was a hyena, but much larger and way more unsettling. Its head was a mix of canine and something else, something predatory. What struck me most was its eyes. Not animal eyes, not human either. They held awareness, calculation, intelligence, yellow irises with vertical pupils that contracted as it watched me. Steam rose from its nostrils in the cool air. The thing wore what appeared to be tattered clothing, fragments of fabric and leather hanging from its shoulders and waist. Not clothing it had found, I realized with dawning horror, but remnants of victims, trophies still attached to flesh. I should have run. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get the hell out of there, but I froze. My body wasn't listening to reason. The thing's face contorted as it sniffed the air, and I knew it had caught my scent. It let out this low rumbling sound that vibrated through my chest. Not a growl. Growls are warnings. This was different. This was recognition. This was hunger. I snapped out of my trance and started backing up slowly. I knew running would only trigger it, so I kept my pace steady, trying not to make any sudden moves. Something about my uniform seemed to give it pause. It tilted its head, studying the badge on my chest, the patches on my shoulders. Its lips pulled back, revealing teeth too numerous and irregular to count. Some flat, some pointed, some curved like fishhooks. A predator adapted to consume anything, but it wasn't interested in my calm retreat. It stepped forward, testing the ground like a predator about to pounce. I ran. It didn't care about stealth anymore. I could hear it crashing through the brush behind me, gaining ground. My legs were burning, lungs screaming for air, but I wasn't about to stop. I'd seen what it had done to that cabin, and I wasn't about to let it do the same to me. The forest became a blur as I sprinted downhill, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear it behind me, not breathing hard like I was, but making a rhythmic clicking sound, almost like echolocation. Somehow I reached the trail, but I knew the tree cover wasn't going to save me. I needed to get to higher ground, somewhere I could lose it. The creature wasn't fast in a straight line, but it was relentless, moving like it knew exactly where I'd go next. It crashed through undergrowth I had to navigate carefully, gaining ground whenever the terrain grew difficult. Once I glanced back to see it loping on all fours, its movements fluid despite its bulk. Its back legs bent the wrong way, like a creature caught mid-transformation between bipedal and quadrupedal forms. As I darted through the woods, I came across a ravine with an old wooden bridge, barely holding together, but it was my only option. The ravine dropped 30 feet to jagged rocks and a thin stream below. The bridge, little more than weathered planks lashed to rotting support beams, swayed under my weight. Halfway across, a board snapped beneath my foot, nearly sending me plummeting. I caught myself on the rope railing, heart hammering against my ribs. I sprinted across, hoping the creature's size would slow it down. It didn't. The bridge groaned under its weight, but it didn't collapse. Lucky me. I spotted an outcropping of rocks up ahead, high enough that I could climb and get out of its reach. Natural limestone formations jutted from the hillside, offering handholds and a potential refuge beyond the creature's reach. Scrambling up the side, I risked a glance back. The thing stood at the edge of the ravine, watching, calculating. For a brief moment, it looked like it was going to leap across, but instead it turned and disappeared back into the woods. Not retreating, I realized with sickening clarity. Circling. I hauled myself higher, fingers bleeding from the rough stone, legs trembling with exhaustion and fear. 20 feet up, I found a small ledge wide enough to sit on. I pressed my back against the cliff face, chest heaving as I tried to quiet my breathing. Minutes passed. No sound of pursuit, no cracking branches or clicking noises, just the returning songs of birds as nature resumed its rhythms. Had it given up? I couldn't believe that. From my perch, I could see the dark smudge of the cabin's roof about a mile away. Nothing moved in the forest between. The sun had begun its descent, shadows lengthening across the valleys. 2 hours of daylight left at most. Movement caught my eye, not below, but above. On the ridge top, silhouetted against the sky, stood the creature. It had circled around and climbed higher than my position. It stood watching me, motionless except for matted fur shifting in the breeze. It raised one elongated arm and, in a gesture horribly, unmistakably human, pointed directly at me. Then at the cabin, then back at me. A message, it would find me again. Then it was gone, melting into the tree line with a grace belying its size. I collapsed on the rocks, gasping for breath, every muscle in my body screaming in pain. My mind was racing, trying to process what the hell had just happened. There were no bears in these parts, no wolves big enough to explain what I'd just seen. And that cabin? There was no way any animal could have done that. My watch read 5:42 p.m. Darkness came early in the mountains, especially in the deep valleys. I couldn't stay on this ledge overnight, and I couldn't go back to the cabin. My only option was to return to base camp. 8 miles of rough terrain, much of it in the dark, with the creature potentially hunting me. I checked my supplies: compass, half-full canteen, flashlight with fading batteries, Swiss Army knife, and a granola bar. Nothing that would help against what I'd seen. After catching my breath, I made my way down the rocks with agonizing slowness, testing each handhold before trusting it with my weight. At the bottom, I oriented myself toward headquarters and began walking, constantly scanning the forest around me. The radio started working again about a mile out, and I called it in. I sounded as calm as I could, given what I'd just been through. "Base, this is Unit 17, do you copy?" My voice cracked despite my efforts to control it. "Unit 17, we read you. You're overdue for check-in. What's your status?" The dispatcher's voice, Terry, I recognized, sounded irritated rather than concerned. "I need backup and security at the North Access Road. Possible homicide at an unregistered cabin 2 miles past Copper Ridge Trail. I've had visual contact with—" I trailed off, realizing how it would sound. "With a possible suspect." "Say again, Unit 17. Did you say homicide?" I gave them coordinates as best I could and requested armed rangers meet me at the access road. Terry's tone changed from annoyed to alarmed, and he assured me help was coming. They sent a team out to investigate, but by the time they got to the cabin, there was nothing left. The blood, the broken furniture, even the claw marks. They were gone, like it had never happened. The cabin stood empty, dusty, and undisturbed. No signs of habitation, recent or otherwise. No blood, no journal, no fire. Even the wooden figures I'd described were absent. Just an abandoned hunting shack that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Search teams found no tracks matching my description. No unusual animal signs. Nothing to corroborate my story except my own torn uniform and the scratches on my hands from my frantic climb. The worst part, they believed me, or at least they pretended to. But when they couldn't find any evidence, it was written off as a freak encounter with some kind of rogue animal. I got a slap on the back, a half-hearted warning to stay safe, and that was it. "Mountain fever," Chief Blackburn called it privately. "Happens to rangers sometimes. Woods play tricks on your mind when you're alone too long." But his eyes said something different. There was recognition there, and fear. He'd heard similar stories before. Maybe experienced something himself. "Take 2 weeks," he ordered. "Clear your head. We'll say it's accumulated vacation time." I spent the first week at a motel in Gatlinburg, jumping at shadows and drinking more whiskey than was wise. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of yellow eyes and that pointing gesture. Human understanding in an inhuman form. The second week, I began researching. The library in Knoxville had archives of local newspapers dating back to the 1920s. I found what I was looking for in yellowed pages from 1932, trappers missing in Smokies. 3 men failed to return from expedition. Rangers report abandoned camp. Signs of struggle. The location matched. The names Evans, Hendricks, and Caulfield. The same names from the journal I'd found, the journal that no longer existed. Further searching revealed similar incidents every few decades. 1889, 1932, 1967. Groups of men disappearing in the same region. Evidence vanishing before investigators arrived. Witnesses describing mountain devils or hollow men before recanting or being dismissed as hysterical. The 1967 incident had a survivor, a hunter named Morris, who claimed his 3 companions were taken by something that walks like a man but ain't. He was institutionalized shortly after, his testimony attributed to trauma and exposure. I visited him at Eastern State Psychiatric Hospital. Aged beyond his years, Morris recognized my ranger uniform immediately, his eyes cleared of confusion, focusing with sudden intensity. "It collects," he whispered, leaning forward in his wheelchair. "Not just killing, keeping pieces, learning from each one. Gets more like us every time." "What is it?" I asked. He shook his head. "Wrong question. Ask how long it's been there. Ask what it wants to become." I never went back to that part of the park. Not because I was scared, well, maybe a little, but mostly because I figured whatever that thing was, it wasn't looking for a rematch. Yet I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Windows left open at my apartment that I was certain I'd closed. Muddy prints on my welcome mat despite dry weather. The sensation of eyes on me during my revised patrols in the southern, more populated areas of the park. As for me, I started keeping a gun on me after that. Not that I think it'll help much if I run into something like that again. But hey, better safe than sorry, right? 6 months passed. Winter approached, visitation dropped, and the skeleton crew of year-round rangers settled into the quiet routine of the off-season. I'd been reassigned to the visitor center, a fate worse than facing mountain devils, but Blackburn insisted I needed time away from deep forest duty. The nightmares had subsided. I'd almost convinced myself it had been some bizarre combination of stress, isolation, and maybe a rabid bear. Almost. Then the report started. Hunters finding gutted deer arranged in geometric patterns. Hikers reporting stalking sounds just beyond visibility. A camping family swearing something had circled their tent for hours, breathing but never attacking. All in the southern regions, all where I now patrolled. It was following me. Or I had led it to more populous hunting grounds. November 17th. The first significant snowfall dusted the mountains, transforming the landscape overnight. I volunteered for the dawn patrol, wanting to photograph the pristine winter scene before visitors arrived. 2 miles from the visitor center, I found the tracks. Not animal prints, not human footprints, but something between. Elongated impressions with 5 distinct toe marks, each ending in a claw point. They came from the north, following the service road directly to the ranger station, then circling the building before heading toward my cabin. My radio crackled to life without me touching it. "It remembers," came a voice like stones grinding together. Not through the speaker, through my mind. I spun around, sidearm drawn. Nothing but silent, snow-covered forest. The tracks ended abruptly at a copse of pines, as though whatever made them had simply vanished or climbed. I looked up. Yellow eyes gazed down from 30 feet up a massive hemlock, embedded in a face more human than I remembered. It had changed, evolved. The patches of fur were fewer, the leathery skin smoother. Its proportions, while still wrong, had shifted toward humanity. It wore clothing now, not scraps, but an actual coat, a Park Service coat, with the name badge still attached. Hendricks. One of the missing trappers from 1932, or rather his coat, preserved somehow for decades. It descended the tree in a fluid motion, landing silently despite its bulk. We stood facing each other across 20 feet of snow-covered ground. My gun remained pointed at its chest, though some instinct told me bullets would only enrage it. "You learn," it said, lips moving awkwardly around human speech, voice resonating directly in my skull rather than through air. "I learn too." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, finger trembling on the trigger. "To become." It gestured at itself, then at me, each time closer. I understood then what old Morris had meant. It wasn't just killing, it was incorporating, adapting, taking pieces not just physically, but somehow absorbing knowledge, behavior, form, becoming more human with each encounter. "The others before," I said, "you killed them." It tilted its head, a disconcertingly human gesture of consideration. Some, others became part, you different, you saw, you understood, you returned. I didn't return to find you, yet here. It spread its elongated fingers, waiting long time for one who sees, one who knows mountains keep secrets. It took a step forward. I stepped back, maintaining distance. These mountains old, it continued. Before your kind, my kind older, few now. Need to adapt, need to become another step. I kept my gun trained on it, knowing it would make no difference. Stay back, I warned. It stopped, respecting the boundary. Territory agreement. You have south lands, I keep north. No crossing. A negotiation, a treaty. It was offering terms like nations at war. And if I refuse? Its expression shifted, muscles moving beneath skin in patterns human faces couldn't achieve. Then, hunters find ranger pieces, like cabin men. I considered my options. I could try shooting it, likely dying in the attempt. I could report this encounter, be labeled unstable, and lose my position. Or I could accept its territorial proposal, become complicit in whatever it was doing in the northern regions, but protect the populated areas and myself. How do I know you'll keep your word? I asked. It reached into the pocket of Hendrik's coat and withdrew something small and glinting. My grandfather's compass, which I'd lost during my escape months ago. Could have taken you then, it said, tossing the compass into the snow between us. Chose to wait, to watch, to learn. This agreement better for both. The bargain struck. It turned and loped into the forest, movements shifting from bipedal to quadrupedal as it disappeared among the trees. The last thing I saw was its back and what looked like a Park Service radio clipped to its belt. I reported maintenance issues with the radio system. I requisitioned additional warning signs for the northern boundaries. I made sure rookie rangers were assigned elsewhere, and I kept my silence. Besides, if you spend long enough out here, you learn to expect the unexpected, and maybe bring extra underwear. You never know when you're going to need it. Sometimes at night I still hear clicking sounds outside my cabin. My radio occasionally picks up static that sounds like breathing. And every few months, I find my grandfather's compass on my doorstep, a reminder of our arrangement. The tourists come and go. The seasons change. The mountains keep their secrets, as they have for millennia. And somewhere in the deep north woods, something that is becoming human waits and watches and learns. I've been a ranger for almost 5 years now. Most days it's just the job. Guiding hikers, maintaining trails, preserving the wilderness. But every time I look toward the northern ridges, I remember what waits there. And I wonder with each passing year, each missing hiker never found, each strange sound in the night, how much more human has it become, and what happens when it no longer needs to hide.